Welcome to Japanese Sleep Whispers, your sanctuary for peaceful nights and gentle dreams. Here, you will find calming bedtime stories inspired by the timeless beauty and traditions of Japan. Each story is read slowly in a soothing voice, accompanied by natural sounds such as flowing rivers and the tranquil rhythm of shishi-odoshi. Whether you seek relaxation, relief from stress, or help falling asleep, these tales invite you to drift away into a world of serenity. Imagine quiet temples, moonlit gardens, and the whispering bamboo forests as you listen. If you'd like these soothing stories to be part of your nightly routine, consider subscribing so they're always with you when you need them. Subscribe and let these stories be your nightly ritual of calm and rest. Thank you for being here. May you always find peace in every moment. River Murmurs and Bamboo Dreams. Prologue. The river that remembers. The night had folded itself over the mountains like a silk kimono, the kind worn long ago when people still listened to the whispers of rivers. Mist drifted down the slopes in slow ribbons, catching the scent of pine and wet earth. Somewhere below, hidden among rocks and sleeping moss, a stream murmured to itself an endless monologue, soft and silver, as though speaking to the moon. The villagers of Mizukawa had gone to bed hours ago. Their lanterns were out. Their dreams had taken them to distant gardens, to forgotten summers, to the warmth of teacups in hands now empty. Only the river remained awake, telling stories no one could quite remember but everyone somehow felt. If you stood on the old bridge, the one with the broken railing and the lichen-covered posts, you might hear it. The sound was neither loud nor clear. It was more like breath than speech, a rhythm that seemed to pulse with your own heartbeat. Some said it spoke of lost loves. Others said it remembered every stone that ever touched its bed. But the truth was simpler. The river spoke because silence was too heavy to bear alone. Beyond the bridge, the bamboo forest began a tall, green sea whose waves never stopped swaying. In daylight, it shimmered with the sound of wind and cicadas. But at night, it became something else, a breathing cathedral of whispers, its leaves brushing against one another as if exchanging secrets. It was here that the dreams of the village were said to gather, drifting between the stalks like pale moths, searching for a place to rest. A narrow path wound through that forest, known to few and used by fewer. It was called the Path of Echoes, and no one knew who had named it. The elders said that if you walked it with your eyes closed, you would hear not your own footsteps but those of the one you missed most. Lovers are once gone. Parents long departed. Children are never born. The bamboo remembered them all. And tonight, someone was walking that path. Her name was Aoi. She moved quietly, her sandals brushing against the damp earth. The air was cool, tinged with the smell of rain that had fallen earlier in the evening. Her kimono was simple pale gray with a pattern of ripples, and her hair, tied loosely at her neck, shone faintly in the moonlight. In one hand, she carried a small lantern. The flame inside trembled with every breath of wind, throwing trembling shadows on the bamboo around her. Aoi was not afraid. She had walked this path since childhood. Her grandmother used to bring her here when she could not sleep, telling her stories about the spirits who lived in the bamboo, quiet, gentle spirits who guided dreams and carried away sorrows. If you listen carefully, her grandmother had said, you'll hear them hum between the stalks. That's how they soothe the world to sleep. Tonight, Aoi walked alone, but she could feel that same hum, a low, tender vibration beneath the silence. It felt almost alive. The lantern light shimmered over the green walls of bamboo. Now and then, the stalks parted, revealing glimpses of the river through the trees. A band of silver winding through the dark, its surface dappled with moonlight. The sound of water was steady, eternal. Aoi found her breathing falling into rhythm with it. Step, breath, step, breath, like the slow tide of something ancient. She came to a clearing where the bamboo opened into a small meadow. In its center stood a stone basin, filled with water so still it mirrored the stars. Beside it lay an old wooden ladle, worn smooth from years of use. Her grandmother used to tell her that this basin was where dreams were washed before entering the world of sleep. Each night, she had said, the river sends its dreams here. The bamboo combs them, and the stars polish them until they shine just enough to find their way into human hearts. Aoi knelt before the basin. The lantern flickered as she set it down beside her. For a long time, she said nothing. Then, softly, she whispered, Oba-san, are you still here? The water rippled once, gently as though something unseen had answered. The reflection of the moon trembled on its surface. Aoi smiled faintly. I miss your stories, she said. I can't sleep without them anymore. The bamboo rustled, though there was no wind. Somewhere in the distance, a nightingale called once and fell silent. Then the forest seemed to inhale. And Aoi heard it, a sound like a voice, but not quite words. It rose from the water, from the bamboo, from the stones beneath her knees. It was old and kind and sorrowful all at once. Listen, it said, though not in any language she knew. She closed her eyes. The sound grew deeper, a current of tone that carried through her bones. It was like the memory of lullabies sung long ago, like the hum of life beneath the soil. She could feel it moving through the roots of the bamboo, through the bed of the river, through the pulse of her own heart. It spoke again, this time clearer. The river remembers. The bamboo dreams. You are both. Aoi opened her eyes. The water in the basin shimmered, and for a moment she saw something within it, the reflection of another time. A child laughing by the river bank. Her grandmother was weaving baskets out of reeds. The sound of summer rain against the roof. All of it flickered and then dissolved into the quiet surface once more. Tears slipped down Aoi's cheeks, but they were not heavy tears. They fell like rain on moss, soft and necessary. Above, the moon drifted behind a veil of cloud. The lantern's flame dimmed. When Aoi finally rose, the forest seemed changed. The bamboo glowed faintly, as though lit from within. The air was warm, thick with the scent of wet leaves and memory. The path behind her had vanished, or perhaps it had never been there at all. Ahead, she could hear the river more clearly than before, its murmuring almost like a song. She followed the sound, letting it guide her down the slope until she reached the water's edge. The river looked different now, brighter, gentler. The surface shimmered like silk. On the far bank, fireflies drifted in slow circles, their lights blinking in quiet rhythm. She could almost believe they were listening to the same melody. Aoi knelt again and dipped her hand into the current. It was cool and alive. The ripples spread outward, touching the stones, the reeds, the reflections of stars. She whispered, "What are you trying to tell me?" The river answered with a whisper so soft she almost thought she imagined it. Every dream begins where one ends. Follow the sound, and you will find the beginning. The words dissolved into water and light. Aoi stood. The first touch of dawn was still far away, but the eastern sky had begun to pale, a faint trace of silver above the mountains. The night was not yet finished, and neither was her journey. She lifted her lantern, though its flame was nearly gone, and began walking along the bank. Each step seemed to echo softly, not in her ears, but inside her chest, where the river's voice still lingered. Somewhere deep in the bamboo forest, the wind stirred again. The leaves whispered to one another, their sighs carrying through the valley. The river murmured in reply, and the mountains held their breath. And if someone had been listening, truly listening, they might have heard the faintest song rising between them. A lullaby woven of water and wind, of dreams and remembering. It was the song the world sings to itself before it sleeps. Chapter 1: The House by the River. The first light of dawn arrived quietly, as though reluctant to disturb the dreams of the valley. Mist hung low over the fields, rolling slowly above the grass like breath held between worlds. The river glowed faintly under the newborn light, silver fading into pale gold. It murmured in its endless tongue, not loud, but steady, like the heartbeat of the land itself. Aoi walked along the narrow path that wound beside the water. Her sandals left faint impressions on the damp soil, soon erased by dew. The lantern she had carried through the night had gone out. She held it anyway, its wooden frame cool against her palm. The sky above her deepened from ink to indigo, then to the soft gray of morning. The house appeared through the mist like a memory half returned, the old house by the river. Its roof sagged slightly under the weight of years, and moss crept across the stones that lined its base. A small veranda faced the water, where her grandmother had once sat with her tea, watching the flow and listening for the voices hidden in the current. The house looked tired but kind, the way old things sometimes do. Aoi paused at the gate. The wooden slats were weathered smooth, and the latch rusted but was still working. She pushed it open, and the sound, a slow, gentle creak, echoed through the still air like the sigh of someone just waking. For a moment, she stood there, breathing in the scent of damp cedar and earth. It smelled like childhood. She stepped inside. The garden was overgrown, yet beautiful in its neglect. Wildflowers had claimed the corners, and ferns unfurled beside the stepping stones. The small pond near the veranda still reflected the sky, though its surface was littered with fallen leaves. A single dragonfly hovered above it, its wings flashing in the light. When Aoi slid open the shoji door, a wave of cool air met her, the scent of dust and old tatami, faintly sweet and comforting. Inside, the rooms were just as she remembered, spare, simple, and quiet. Her grandmother's weaving loom still stood in the corner, threads of faded blue trailing like frozen rain. The shelves held clay bowls, a teapot, and a small wooden box tied with a string. Everything was as it had been, and yet different, as if time itself had breathed softly across the surfaces, changing their meaning but not their form. Aoi placed the lantern by the door and knelt before the small altar. The photograph there showed her grandmother smiling gently, her hair pinned in the same way Aoi wore hers now. A bundle of incense waited in a bowl of ash. Aoi lit one and watched the smoke rise, twisting like a slender river into the beams above. "Good morning, Oba-san," she whispered. The smoke curled as if listening. For a long while, she sat in silence. The sound of the river drifted through the open door, a distant lullaby. The air in the house seemed to move with it, soft and alive. Aoi closed her eyes and let her thoughts drift to the night's dream. To the voice in the bamboo, to the words that still echoed faintly inside her. The river remembers. The bamboo dreams. You are both. What had it meant? Outside, a crow called once from the cedar tree, then took flight. The sound startled her gently back to the present. She rose and went to the veranda, where sunlight was beginning to touch the boards. The warmth spread beneath her bare feet, and for the first time in a long while, she felt awake in a way that was not tiring. Down by the water, something shimmered. A shape, perhaps only the light, perhaps something else moved just beneath the surface of the river. It drifted slowly, following the current, then vanished behind a rock. Aoi leaned forward, heart quickening, but there was nothing now except the steady flow. She exhaled, smiling faintly. "I'm seeing ghosts already," she murmured. And yet, the feeling remained that she was not alone. She decided to make tea. The kettle was old but serviceable, the iron darkened from years of use. As she filled it with river water and set it to boil, the sound of the bubbling mingled with the murmur outside, creating an almost musical rhythm. She found the tin of sencha her grandmother had kept, though the leaves were dry and brittle. Their scent still carried a hint of sweetness. When the tea was ready, she poured a cup for herself and another for the photograph on the altar. "You taught me this ritual," she said softly. "2 cups, even if only one person is here. So the spirits don't feel lonely." Steam rose in delicate spirals, and for a moment, Aoi imagined her grandmother sitting across from her not as a ghost, but as a presence woven from warmth and memory. She could almost hear her voice. Every river has its listener, Aoi. Maybe you're meant to be one. The words sent a small shiver through her. Outside, the river continued its song, and the light grew brighter. She carried her cup to the veranda and sat, watching the morning unfold. The mist lifted slowly from the fields, revealing rows of rice heavy with dew. A fisherman's silhouette appeared far downstream, his net glinting briefly in the sun. The mountains loomed gentle and vast beyond, their peaks lost in the haze. Time in Mizukawa did not move the way it did elsewhere. It drifted, like the river, not forward, not backward, but in slow, patient circles. Aoi let her gaze wander to the bamboo grove that lined the far bank. Even from this distance, she could see them swaying faintly, their green stalks catching the light. The memory of last night returned. The basin, the whisper, the rippling reflection of her grandmother's face. She touched the rim of her cup. "Maybe it was just a dream," she said aloud, though her voice carried little conviction. Then she noticed something strange. Across the river, at the edge of the bamboo, a figure stood still and slender, almost blending into the green. For a moment, Aoi thought it was a trick of light, but the figure moved. Slowly, deliberately. A person, perhaps a woman, wearing a pale robe that fluttered faintly in the breeze. Aoi's breath caught. She stood, shading her eyes. But as quickly as she had seen it, the figure was gone, swallowed by the forest. Only the sound of the river remained. Aoi waited, listening, her heart thudding softly. She knew the forest well, but this presence had felt different. Like something watching kindly from another world. She sat again, letting the moment fade. The tea had cooled, and the taste was bitter but grounding. The figure's image lingered in her mind, pale cloth, slow grace, vanishing into the green. Perhaps, she thought, the forest was dreaming again. Later that morning, she wandered through the house, touching things she hadn't seen in years. Her grandmother's calligraphy brushes, the faded scroll that read "Flow with the moment, not against it." The woven mat she used to sit on while telling stories of river spirits and moon foxes. Aoi felt as though she were walking through layers of time, every room a memory folded inside another. In the corner room, she found the old wooden chest. Its hinges creaked as she lifted the lid. Inside were small keepsakes, a fan painted with blue irises, a shell from the coast, and a notebook bound in rice paper. Aoi lifted it gently. On the first page, in her grandmother's careful hand, were the words, "When you listen to water, listen for silence too. That is where the truth hides." She traced the letters with her fingertip, then turned the page. The notebook was filled with sketches, leaves, stones, fragments of poems written in both Japanese and English. Some pages described the dreams her grandmother had after visiting the river, others seemed like records of voices she had heard there. One entry caught Aoi's eye. "Last night, the bamboo sang again. It told me the river keeps memories that never die, only sleep. When the right dreamer comes, they will wake. Perhaps she is already near." The handwriting trembled at the end, as if written by a tired hand. Aoi sat very still. The words felt like they were waiting for her. Outside, a breeze stirred the wind chime hanging by the eaves. The clear note rang once, then twice, and faded into the sound of the water. The same melody she had heard in her dream seemed to echo faintly beneath it, the river's lullaby, weaving through the daylight. She closed the notebook and pressed it to her chest. Perhaps it was time to listen more carefully. That afternoon, as sunlight dappled the veranda, Aoi took her grandmother's old stool and placed it facing the river. The air shimmered with the scent of summer and stone. She sat and listened, truly listened, until the lines between sound and silence blurred. At first, she heard only what she expected: the rush of current, the buzz of insects, the soft creak of bamboo swaying in the breeze. But then, beneath it all, another rhythm emerged, slower, deeper, pulsing through everything like a hidden heart. It wasn't music, exactly, but it moved her in the same way. She closed her eyes. And in that darkness, the river spoke again. Not in words, but in feeling. Warmth, sadness, hope, all braided together like the currents of its flow. Always smiled through quiet tears. The house by the river was still alive. And somewhere, deep beneath its floorboards, the old stories were beginning to wake. Chapter 2: The Bamboo Path. Morning passed like breath upon glass, slow, fading, and quiet. By noon, the mist had lifted entirely, and the world shimmered beneath the high summer sun. The river was a ribbon of silver, restless but calm in its own way. And the forest beyond the far bank swayed with a secret rhythm that Aoi could almost hear in her pulse. She had spent the morning tending to the house, sweeping the veranda, airing the futon, rinsing the old teacups with clear water from the river. Yet every small motion seemed to circle back to one thought: the figure she had seen among the bamboo. Was it a memory? A trick of light? Or something calling to her again? By the time the shadows began to stretch across the garden, she had made up her mind. She placed the notebook in her satchel, tied her hair, and set out toward the forest. The path wound gently through the meadow, where dragonflies darted between reeds like fragments of sunlight. The air was warm but not heavy, carrying the faint scent of rice husks and cedar. Every step drew her closer to that familiar whisper, the sound of bamboo moving as if breathing. When she reached the edge of the grove, she stopped. The bamboo rose high and straight, its leaves trembling in the faintest wind. Sunlight filtered through in shifting patterns, dappling the ground with patches of gold and shadow. The moment she stepped inside, the world seemed to hush, as though the forest had closed the door behind her. It was cooler here. The air felt alive. Aoi paused to listen. Far off, she could still hear the river murmuring, but now another sound joined it, soft, rhythmic, like the tapping of distant rain. She followed it deeper into the grove. The path, if it could still be called that, wound between the stalks in graceful curves, sometimes fading entirely before reappearing farther on. Each turn seemed to lead her not forward but inward, as if the forest were folding itself around her. Now and then, she whispered her grandmother's words under her breath, half in prayer, half in memory. The bamboo listens when you speak gently. It doesn't answer, but it remembers. The tapping grew clearer. Soon she saw what made it a bamboo stalk leaning against another, swaying slightly in the wind. When they touched, they made a hollow, musical sound like the slow heartbeat of the grove. The rhythm echoed through the air, blending with the whisper of leaves. It was both random and deliberate, as if something unseen were guiding it. It closed her eyes and stood still. For a long time, she simply breathed. The scent of green surrounded her, cool and clean. Beneath her bare feet, the soil was soft and damp. Somewhere above, a bird called once, then fell silent. The sound of the river faded completely, replaced by the steady murmur of bamboo upon bamboo. And then, she heard it again. That voice. Faint, like the memory of a dream, but unmistakable. Listen, her heart skipped. She turned, but no one was there. The voice came again, not from behind, but from everywhere at once. It flowed through the air like the wind, through the leaves, through her. Listen, Aoi. The path is not the way you walk, but what walks within you. She pressed a hand to her chest. The air seemed to hum beneath her skin. For a moment, she felt both heavy and weightless, rooted and drifting. The world tilted. The light between the bamboo thickened, bending into ribbons that shimmered like water. The air grew warm. The path beneath her feet softened until she could no longer tell whether she stood on earth or sky. She blinked and the forest changed. The bamboo now glowed faintly from within, its green turned to jade and gold. The wind carried faint music, not of any instrument she knew, but like strings plucked inside her mind. A mist rolled through the grove, luminous and alive. Shapes moved within it, human, perhaps, but translucent, their edges blurred like reflections on the river. Aoi gasped, but the fear she expected did not come. Only a deep calm, the kind that lives between waking and dreaming. One of the figures drew closer. It was a woman, or the memory of one clothed in white, her hair flowing like water. Her eyes were dark, but not shadowed. They held the stillness of 1,000 forgotten moments. When she spoke, her voice was the sound of leaves brushing in the wind. You came back. Aoi's lips parted. Who are you? The woman smiled. I am what the bamboo remembers. I am what your grandmother heard. Her words rippled through the grove, setting the leaves trembling. Aoi felt her throat tighten. You knew her? The spirit nodded. She listened. Few do. The river spoke to her, and she wrote what she could. But words are only stones cast into water. The ripples remain. Aoi reached into her satchel and held up the notebook. These words? The spirit's gaze softened. Those are echoes, yes. She was the last listener until you. A pause. The wind sighed, and 1,000 leaves answered. Why me? Aoi asked quietly. Because you still dream when you are awake. And because the river remembers you, though you have forgotten it. Aoi's breath caught. I don't understand. The spirit stepped closer, her outline flickering like candlelight. You will. Follow the sound that never ends. It will lead you home. And before Aoi could speak again, the woman dissolved her form, scattering into motes of light that drifted upward, vanishing among the bamboo leaves. The forest was silent once more. Only the rhythm remained, the steady tapping of stalk against stalk, like an ancient metronome. But now, beneath it, another tone emerged, low, deep, resonant. It vibrated through Aoi's feet, through her bones, through her heart. It was the same hum she had heard by the river, but stronger now, almost alive. She knelt, pressing her palms to the earth. It felt warm. The hum grew louder, and for a moment she felt herself being pulled downward, not by force, but by invitation. The soil beneath her seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting like lungs. Visions began to flicker in her mind. A flood of images, blurred and luminous, the river flowing backward, bamboo seeds drifting through the air, a young girl laughing by the water's edge. Then darkness. Then light. Then the soft echo of her grandmother's voice, singing a lullaby she hadn't heard since childhood. Sleep, little stream, and carry your dream where moonlight weaves through reeds unseen. When dawn awakes, return, it knew the dream the world forgot of you. Tears welled in her eyes. She whispered the final line aloud, her voice trembling. When she opened them again, the forest had returned to stillness. The light was softer now, late afternoon. The path was once again a path, the bamboo a quiet green. The spirit was gone, yet the air still vibrated faintly, as if something vast had passed through and left its trace. Aoi stood slowly, her knees weak. The world felt sharper somehow, more awake. Every rustle, every scent, every shifting shadow seemed charged with meaning she couldn't quite grasp. She began to walk again. This time, the path seemed to guide her rather than the other way around. The bamboo parted more easily, and soon she emerged into the small clearing where the stone basin waited, the same one from her dream. Its surface mirrored the sky perfectly, though no stars had yet appeared. Aoi knelt beside it. The water was perfectly still, as if holding its breath. She could see her reflection calm, distant, and unfamiliar. "You," she whispered to it, "what are you becoming?" The water rippled once. Then twice. A voice soft as the edge of silence answered from within. "Becoming is remembering." Aoi's heart ached, though she didn't know why. She dipped her hand into the basin. The water was cool, and as it touched her skin, she felt a current move through her, not physical, but deep, like the pull of memory waking from long sleep. The reflection blurred. For an instant, she saw her grandmother's face again, smiling, as if to say well done. Then the image was gone. Dusk had begun to gather. The first fireflies drifted through the grove, their small lights weaving among the bamboo like slow stars. The air grew warmer, scented faintly with rain and earth. Aoi rose, feeling the quiet settle around her. As she stepped back onto the path, she realized she no longer felt lost. The forest did not seem vast or strange now. It felt like part of her, or perhaps she was part of it. The rhythm of her footsteps matched the slow pulse of the grove. When she reached the edge of the forest, the river greeted her with its soft murmur. The sky was deep blue, the first stars trembling above the mountains. The sound of the water was no longer distant, it filled her, like breath. She whispered to it, smiling. I listened. And for the briefest moment, the river answered, a ripple of silver laughter running along its surface, fading into the night. Chapter 3: Voices Beneath the Water. Night had descended by the time Aoi returned to the river. The moon was new, only a thin sliver of silver, like a blade of memory cutting through the darkness. The stars trembled faintly in the slow current, their reflections bending and breaking on the ripples. She walked along the bank barefoot, feeling the cool mud between her toes. The air was soft and full of sound, the chirp of crickets, the sigh of reeds swaying, the steady whisper of the river. It no longer felt like a voice outside her, but within her, a heartbeat woven into the silence. Aoi stopped where the current widened, forming a shallow pool beside a cluster of rocks. This was the place she had played as a child, catching minnows in small nets, laughing as her grandmother called her back for dinner. The memory rose so vividly she almost expected to see that little girl again, running barefoot through the shallows. The water shimmered faintly, as if aware of her gaze. She knelt by the edge. "You told me to listen," she whispered. "So I'm listening. What is it you want me to hear?" For a moment, there was only the murmur of the current. Then, a ripple, gentle, deliberate, spread outward from the center of the pool. Beneath the surface, Faint glimmers of light began to stir, like stars awakening underwater. Aoi leaned closer. The glimmers moved in slow spirals, forming patterns too intricate to be chance rings within rings, drifting toward her reflection. Then came the sound, faint, distant, yet unmistakably human. A chorus of murmurs rising from beneath the water. At first, it was only fragment syllables without form, breath without language. But slowly they began to weave together into something almost like a song. The melody trembled, built, and then fell back into silence, as if waiting for her to respond. Aoi whispered, "Who are you?" The answer came as vibration, not words. "We are what was left behind." Her pulse quickened. Left behind by whom? By time. By forgetting. The river shimmered, and the glimmers within it brightened. She could see shapes forming now, faint outlines of people, faces half seen as if through mist. Men, women, children, all moving as though caught in slow motion, their gestures calm, their eyes closed. They were not ghosts in the fearful sense, they were memories, suspended, waiting. One of them, a woman with long hair bound in a simple knot, drifted nearer to the surface. When she opened her eyes, Aoi gasped. They were her own grandmother's eyes, clear and full of kindness. "Oba-san," Aoi whispered, voice trembling. The figure smiled faintly, though she said nothing. The water rippled, and the image blurred, yet the warmth of that smile lingered in Aoi's chest. Then the voices spoke again, all at once, their tones merging like the harmony of flowing streams. "We are what the river remembers. We are what dreams forget. When you listen, we wake." Aoi pressed her palm to the surface. The water rose to meet her hand, trembling like breath. She felt the pull again, that deep current calling her inward, downward. It was not frightening. It was tender, like being drawn into a memory she had once loved and lost. She took a slow breath. "If I go deeper," she whispered, "will I find her?" The river answered, not in sound, but in light. The pool brightened, and for an instant, the world around her vanished. The forest, the sky, the air all dissolved into liquid silver. Then she was falling, or floating, she couldn't tell which. She stood beneath the water, though she could still breathe. The surface shimmered high above, a ceiling of shifting glass. Around her drifted the luminous figures she had glimpsed before, hundreds of them, each glowing softly with its own light. Their faces were peaceful, their forms translucent, like memories sculpted from moonlight. The riverbed beneath her feet was not stone but sand, rippled and soft. She could hear the current all around her, not as sound, but as thought, endless and patient. Every drop remembers. Every flow repeats. Aoi turned slowly, wonder filling her chest. Is this the river's memory? It is everything that has ever touched us, the voice replied. Every sorrow released, every dream dissolved, every name whispered and forgotten. The water keeps them all until someone listens. She looked up toward the surface, distant now, faintly glowing. And what happens when someone listens? The voice seemed to smile. Then the dream becomes real again for a moment. Aoi closed her eyes, and the current moved through her, warm and luminous. In its flow, she felt echoes, laughter, tears, the first cry of a newborn, the last sigh of an old man. Countless lives woven together in a single, endless song. It was overwhelming, yet beautiful beyond measure. She whispered, "If this is a memory, where do I belong in it?" The river hesitated. Then, softly, "You are the bridge between what is remembered and what dreams." A faint light appeared ahead, brighter than the rest. Drawn by it, Aoi began to walk. The sand yielded easily under her steps, each one leaving ripples of light. As she drew closer, the glow resolved into a doorway not made of wood or stone, but of water held still, forming an arch that shimmered with impossible colors. Something stirred beyond it. Her heart pounded. Is this where she went? She whispered. The voice did not answer. But the current around her shifted, gently urging her forward. She hesitated, then stepped through. The world changed again. She found herself standing in a shallow lagoon beneath a sky of endless twilight. The water was perfectly calm, reflecting the indigo heavens above. Along the shore grew reeds tipped with golden light, and beyond them, bamboo tall, silent, swaying without wind. It was neither night nor day. It was the space between. And on the far side of the lagoon stood her grandmother. She looked exactly as Aoi remembered, not young, not old, simply timeless. Her kimono rippled with the faintest shimmer, as if woven from water itself. When she spoke, her voice was both close and distant. You found the river's heart. Aoi's throat tightened. Oba-san, I thought you were gone. The old woman smiled gently. Everything that flows returns. I'm not gone, only changed. The river keeps what love remembers. Tears blurred Aoi's vision. I miss you. I know. The grandmother's expression softened. But you came back, didn't you? You listened. That's all I ever hoped you'd do. The water lapped softly at Aoi's feet. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. Then listen again. Her grandmother lifted her hand and gestured toward the water. As she did, ripples spread outward, and images began to form upon the surface: the bamboo forest, the house by the river, the mountains under dawn. But woven among them were other visions, villages long gone, faces Aoi had never seen, songs she had never heard yet somehow knew by heart. "These are the dreams of the land," her grandmother said. "They flow through every stream, every root, every breath. They are the stories we forget when we wake. But when someone listens, they remember themselves." Aoi knelt, mesmerized by the shifting images. "Why me? Because you belong to both sides, the dream and the waking world. You've always walked between them. You just didn't know." Aoi looked up, tears sliding silently down her cheeks. "And what about you?" The old woman smiled. "I'll always be here. Whenever you hear the water speak, that's me and all who came before me. We're not gone, child. We're the current that carries you." The wind, if it was wind, moved softly through the reeds. The bamboo swayed, and the air shimmered with faint music. Aoi reached out. "Don't go." Her grandmother shook her head gently. "You must return, Aoi. The river needs its listener. The dreams need their bridge." As she spoke, the light around her grew brighter, washing the colors of the world into white. The lagoon dissolved. The sound of the current rose again, vast and deep. "Remember the song." Then she was gone. Aoi gasped and found herself back at the river bank. The night was still. The stars hung like lanterns in the water. Her hair was damp, her hands trembling, though she did not remember how she had come out of the water. The river flowed quietly, as if nothing had happened. She looked down at her reflection. For a moment, she thought she saw her grandmother's face there, smiling not as an apparition, but as light playing upon water. Then the ripples carried it away. The notebook still hung from her shoulder, soaked but intact. She opened it, and on a blank page saw new words written in a hand she knew too well. "The river does not speak to those who seek answers, only to those who offer questions." Aoi closed the notebook and pressed it to her heart. The night felt vast and gentle around her, full of quiet voices she could not yet understand but no longer feared. She whispered, "I'll keep listening." The river murmured in reply, soft and endless. And above it all, the bamboo sang a low, tender chorus that seemed to cradle the world in sleep. Chapter 4: The Dream Lanterns. The next morning arrived wrapped in silence, as if the valley itself were still dreaming. Mist coiled through the bamboo and drifted across the water like pale breath. The world seemed fragile, translucent, as though a single sound might break the illusion of dawn. Aoi woke with that silence inside her. She sat on the veranda, a blanket around her shoulders, watching the river breathe. It looked unchanged, yet she knew something beneath its surface had shifted. The memory of her grandmother's smile, the voices beneath the water. The feeling of being both awake and dreaming, it all lingered, bright and soft as starlight in daylight. She opened the notebook. The last page still glowed faintly where the words had appeared the night before. As she traced them with her finger, new ink seemed to bloom just below the line, forming a single sentence. When the lanterns float, the dreams return. She stared at it for a long moment, unsure if she had written it herself or if the river had left another message. Either way, she understood its meaning. Tonight was the night of lanterns, a festival her grandmother had once spoken of, though Aoi had thought it little more than a folk tale. Once a year, when the river ran slow and the moon was new, the villagers would craft paper lanterns, each bearing a wish or memory. They would light them and let them drift downstream, sending their dreams back to the water that had once carried them. But the festival had long been forgotten. The younger villagers no longer made lanterns, the old had passed away. Only the river remembered. Aoi looked out at the shimmering current. "Then I'll remember it," she whispered. By afternoon, she had gathered what she needed: sheets of rice paper, thin bamboo frames, a small pot of ink, and a brush that had belonged to her grandmother. The smell of ink filled the house, sharp and grounding. She worked slowly, folding and binding the paper until it formed the shape of a soft square lantern. Her hands moved with quiet precision, as though guided by a memory older than thought. On each side of the lantern, she wrote a word: memory. Dream. Light. Return. When the final stroke dried, she placed the lantern on the veranda and stepped back. It looked simple, fragile but alive. She could almost feel a pulse inside it, a heartbeat woven from water and air. Outside, the day began to wane. The sky turned pale amber, then rose, then deepened toward indigo. The bamboo whispered in long sighs. The world seemed to prepare itself for something sacred. Aoi carried the lantern to the river's edge. The current caught the dying light of the sun, turning gold for a moment before fading into silver. The air was cool and wet against her skin. She knelt, holding the lantern close, and spoke softly. For all that was forgotten, and all that waits to return. She placed it in the water. The paper trembled, then steadied. A single flame flickered to life within it, not from a match, but from the lantern itself, as though lit by the river's own breath. The light glowed through the thin paper, warm and steady. The lantern began to drift. Then another light appeared downstream. And another. Aoi's breath caught. Lanterns dozens, then hundreds bloomed upon the river, floating in slow procession. Some were small, others tall, some pale. others painted with symbols that shimmered faintly in the dusk. She had not made them. They came from somewhere else, perhaps from memory, perhaps from the river's own dream. The current carried them gently, their reflections rippling in mirrored gold. Aoi stood in awe. "You remembered," she whispered. The air around her shimmered. Mist rose from the water, curling around her legs like soft ribbons. The sound of the river deepened, transforming into a melody made of many voices woven together, low and rhythmic. It was the same song she had heard beneath the water, but now it filled the world around her. She waded in, the cool current swirling around her ankles. The lanterns drifted past, brushing her fingertips. Each one seemed to hum faintly, resonating with a different tone. Together, they formed a harmony, subtle yet immense. A voice familiar, loving spoke just above the sound of the current. "Light them, and they will remember you too." "Oba-san?" Aoi turned, but saw no one. Only the lanterns, their glow reflected in her eyes. The river widened ahead, forming a calm expanse that shimmered with color gold, rose, silver. The lanterns gathered there, circling slowly, like stars drawn into a gentle orbit. Above them, the first true stars of the night appeared, mirroring the dance below. Aoi felt something stir inside her, a warmth that was neither grief nor joy but a merging of both. The boundary between her heartbeat and the river's flow seemed to blur until they moved as one rhythm. She whispered, "I can hear you all." And she did. Every lantern carried a voice soft, distinct, echoing from within. One murmured of a lost love returned. Another hummed the melody of a lullaby sung to a child long gone. Another whispered simply, "Thank you." Their words blended, rising and falling with the motion of the current, forming a vast chorus of remembrance. Aoi felt tears on her cheeks, though she hadn't realized she was crying. Each drop joined the river, gleaming like tiny lanterns of its own. The night deepened. The bamboo swayed, their leaves catching the lantern light and scattering it across the water. It looked as though the forest itself had begun to glow. Then, from within the circle of drifting light, one lantern separated and floated toward her. It stopped just at her knees, its flame steady and bright. Words shimmered faintly upon its paper, though she hadn't written them. Every listener becomes the song. Aoi lifted it carefully. The warmth of the flame pulsed against her palms, gentle but alive. As she held it close, the river's hum grew louder until she could feel the vibration in her bones. The sound filled her, expanding until there was no space between her and the water, the forest, the night. She closed her eyes. The world dissolved into light. She stood again in the place beneath the river, the luminous realm where dreams and memories flowed as one. But now it was brighter, filled with lanterns drifting upward like stars. Each one carried a reflection of the world above the bamboo, the mountains, the quiet house by the river. And among them, she saw faces smiling, sleeping, shining. Her grandmother stood among them, holding her own lantern. "You see?" she said softly. "The dreams were never lost. They were waiting for light." Aoi bowed her head. "What happens now?" "Now, they return. The world forgets so it can dream again. You've helped it remember." The old woman lifted her lantern and placed it upon the current. It drifted upward, rising, not sinking until it joined the stars beyond the water's ceiling. One by one, the other lanterns followed, until the whole sky seemed filled with floating suns. The river's voice surrounded her again. Deep and endless, the listener wakes the dream, and the dream keeps the listener. Aoi breathed in that light, that sound, that stillness. Then the current pulled her gently upward through silver, through warmth, through silence. When she opened her eyes, she was back on the river bank. The lanterns were still drifting, though now they were fewer, fading one by one into the horizon. The sky had turned the softest shade of violet. Dawn was near. Aoi stood barefoot in the shallow water, her kimono damp and glimmering in the first hint of morning light. The river hummed quietly, content. Somewhere among the last lanterns, she saw one that carried her grandmother's handwriting. She smiled. "Thank you," she whispered, bowing slightly to the water. The lantern turned once, as if in answer, then floated away, joining the others until it was only a spark among sparks. Aoi stepped back onto the shore. Behind her, the bamboo rustled softly, their sighs blending with the sound of the river. The world was still half dreaming, balanced delicately between night and day. For a moment, she felt the urge to sleep, to let herself drift as the lanterns had. But instead, she sat on the grass, watching the last lights fade. She realized something then: the river had always been awake. It was people who slept. And yet, in their dreams, they kept the world alive. As the sun rose over Mizukawa, a soft mist rose once more from the water. The river shimmered gold, whispering through the reeds. Somewhere beneath its surface, voices still sang, quieter now, but content. They would wait there, patient as always, until someone else learned to listen. Aoi smiled, closing her eyes. Her heart echoed the sound. The listener had become the song. Chapter 5: The Wind in the Cedars. The morning after the lanterns drifted away, the world felt lighter, washed clean. The river flowed with a quiet ease, its surface rippling in slow laughter. The mist that lingered over Mizukawa carried the faint scent of pine and wet earth. Somewhere in the distance, a wind stirred soft at first, then clearer, threading through the bamboo with a sound like breath returning to a sleeping chest. Aoi stood at the veranda once more, her hands wrapped around a cup of green tea. The steam rose gently, twisting in the sunlight. For the first time in many years, she did not feel like an intruder in this place. The valley seemed to recognize her now, to fold her into its rhythm. Yet as the wind brushed past her face, she felt something tug an invitation, almost. A voice not of water this time, but of air. It whispered through the reeds, over the roof, and into her ear with words she couldn't quite understand. "Come." She set down her cup, heart quickening with quiet curiosity. The sound came again, so faint that she might have mistaken it for memory, but it carried a direction upstream, toward the cedars that lined the mountain path beyond the village. Aoi packed lightly a notebook, a flask of water, her grandmother's brush tucked in the fold of her bag, and began to walk. The path wound upward along the river's edge. The morning sun slanted through layers of mist, catching the silver threads of spider webs and the dark gleam of wet stones. Every few steps, the sound of running water gave way to the deeper hush of forest air. The higher she climbed, the thicker the silence became, not empty, but full of listening. After an hour, she reached the cedar grove. The trees rose like pillars of time itself, tall, ancient, wrapped in moss. Their trunks were dark and furrowed, their branches heavy with shadow. The air was cooler here, fragrant with resin and earth. When she looked up, she could barely see the sky. Only the shifting green of leaves, and between them, the faint shimmer of moving light. And the wind. It moved differently here, slow, circular, as if thinking. It brushed against her sleeves, then circled her ankles, then rose again in a spiral around the trunks. It seemed alive, intentional. Aoi closed her eyes. "I can hear you," she whispered. The wind paused, then sighed through the canopy, deep and long, carrying a sound like a low voice half buried in time. Words formed slowly, fragile as paper. "You listened to the water. Will you listen to the air?" "Yes," she said softly. "Then breathe." Aoi obeyed. She inhaled deeply, filling her lungs with the scent of cedar and rain. The air felt heavy, charged, as though each particle carried a whisper. When she exhaled, the forest seemed to breathe with her. The wind thickened, swirling around her in slow rhythm. We remember what never touched the ground, the voice said. We're what passed but never stayed. She stood still, letting the words sink into her bones. The memories of air, she murmured. They're the ones that drift. Yes, the fleeting ones. The laughter that escapes, the scent of tea fading in an empty room, the sigh before sleep. We carry what the earth forgets. The wind lifted her hair, soft as a hand. Oh, I felt a shiver, not fear, but recognition. And you're calling me because? Because you are still listening. The wind turned, drawing her deeper into the grove. The trees swayed gently, though there was no storm. She followed, her steps soundless on the moss. Rays of sunlight broke through the canopy in thin golden threads, swaying like silk ribbons. In their shifting glow, she saw motes of dust and pollen rise and fall, moving like tiny spirits caught in a slow dance. After a while, she came upon a clearing. At its center stood a stone shrine, small, half covered in moss. Its roof had caved slightly, but the structure still stood proud, as though waiting. Before it lay dozens of paper streamers tied to wooden poles, fluttering with faint motion. Each strip bore a single handwritten character, faded with age. Aoi knelt. She brushed one with her fingers. The paper was brittle, but the ink was still visible from wind. She smiled faintly. A shrine for you. The air stirred again, circling her wrists like invisible ribbons. Once, they left words for us. Now, no one remembers the language. I'll remember, Aoi said. The forest felt quiet for a long moment. Then a breeze swept through the clearing, stronger this time. It lifted the paper strips, making them sing against the wood. The sound was soft but rhythmic, like countless voices humming together in harmony. It was not a melody. It was a memory. The wind rose suddenly, carrying with it the faint scent of smoke and something else, cedar resin and ash. Aoi's eyes widened as the air shimmered before her. The grove seemed to bend, and for an instant, she saw another time villagers in white robes walking through the same clearing, carrying lanterns of their own. They tied papers to the trees and bowed to the wind. And at the front of them her grandmother. Younger, but unmistakable. She was singing. The melody was wordless but familiar. Aoi realized it was the same cadence the river had murmured. The same pulse that the lanterns had echoed. A song that wove together water and wind. Then, as quickly as it came, the vision faded. Only the whisper of trees remained. Aoi pressed her palm against her chest. You showed me her again. She sang for us long ago. Before the world forgot how. Why me, though? She asked quietly. Why now? The wind brushed her cheek, cool and tender. Because the silence has lasted too long. Aoi sat before the shrine, closing her eyes. The wind's hum surrounded her, rising and falling like breath. Each gust carried fragments of sound, bells, laughter, a sigh, rain falling on distant roofs. The world within the wind unfolded like a memory replaying itself endlessly. She took out her notebook and began to write, not thinking, only transcribing what she heard. The wind remembers the unspoken. The world exhales its forgotten dreams. Between sound and silence, everything waits to return. As she wrote, the letters shimmered faintly, as though the ink itself were alive. She realized she wasn't writing alone. The air around her moved the pages gently, shaping words beside hers in a second, finer hand. When she looked closely, she recognized the script. It was her grandmother's. The message formed slowly, trembling with the motion of the wind. When you speak, we breathe. When you stop, we fall asleep again. Aoi's vision blurred with tears. Then I'll keep speaking, she said aloud. The forest sighed a vast, contented sound. The day faded into evening. The cedars cast long shadows over the clearing, their tops glowing faintly with the last light. Aoi stood, stretching her arms. The air had grown warmer, almost golden. The wind circled her one final time, whispering through her hair. Go back to the river, listener. The current awaits the wind's reply. I'll go, she said softly. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just breathe. The wind brushed her cheek again, then drifted upward, dissolving into the canopy. The paper streamers rustled once, then fell still. The forest returned to silence, but it was a living silence now, filled with breath and memory. Aoi turned to leave. As she stepped back onto the path, she looked once more at the shrine. The last rays of sunlight caught the characters on the papers, making them gleam like gold threads. She whispered, I'll remember your song. The wind, far off now, answered faintly, and we'll remember your voice. The descent was quiet. The forest glowed dimly, each cedar trunk painted with dust. By the time she reached the river again, the first stars had appeared. The water shimmered under their light, moving slower than before as if waiting. Aoi stood on the bank, the wind still echoing in her breath. The air carried the river's song, she murmured. And the river carries theirs. She knelt, cupped her hands in the water, and whispered a single word. Together. The current rippled outward, glowing faintly where her hands had touched it. Somewhere deep beneath, a voice neither water nor wind but both answered with a sigh that felt like a promise. That night, as she lay beneath the open window, Aoi listened. The wind moved through the cedars outside, their long branches swaying like waves of a quiet sea. The river murmured beyond, answering softly. Between them, the night breathed a harmony of elements, eternal and tender. She closed her eyes, smiling faintly. Her grandmother's lullaby drifted through the air, though no one sang. It was the wind, it was the river, and it was her. Chapter 6: The Mountain of Echoes. Dawn arrived with a slow, deliberate breath. Mist curled around the river, then drifted toward the mountains like pale silk. Aoi felt the pull of the next journey as soon as her eyes opened. The wind in the cedars had spoken, but its last whisper had carried a new instruction: climb. She packed lightly her notebook, a thin scarf, the brush her grandmother had used, and a small satchel of rice balls for the path. The forest greeted her in quiet recognition, dew sparkling on leaves, and birdsong fragile as frost. Each step on the soft moss trail seemed to echo beneath her feet, soft, intimate, yet resonant in ways she could not measure. The river whispered behind her, silver threads weaving in rhythm with her heartbeat. She followed the mountain path upward, winding through bamboo groves, then pine and cedar. The air grew thinner with each ascent, carrying the scent of wet stone and sap. By mid-morning, she reached the lower slopes of the mountain. A sheer wall of rock and forest rose before her, crowned with mist. The trail narrowed, twisting between gnarled roots and rocks slick with moss. Somewhere above, the wind hummed faintly, a constant, patient note, as though the mountain itself breathed with hidden lungs. Aoi paused at a small clearing. Before her lay an ancient stone formation, weathered but majestic. A half-fallen torii arch marked the entrance. Moss and vines crept across its frame, softening its edges. She knelt, touching the stones. Their surface was cool and alive, as if the mountain exhaled through them. Every mountain has its song, the wind whispered. Every slope is memory. She shivered. The air vibrated faintly, as if attuned to her presence. Her grandmother's words returned: when you listen, the mountain echoes back what you do not yet hear. Aoi took a deep breath and began to climb. The ascent was slow. Each step required attention, not just to the path, but to the rhythm around her: the rustle of leaves, the creak of timbered roots, the soft murmur of unseen streams. The air itself seemed to thrum with sound, subtle but pervasive. Sometimes she heard it as a vibration in her chest, other times as a murmur in the trees. After some hours, she reached a plateau where the mountain opened to a wide clearing. The valley lay below, a patchwork of rivers, forests, and fields, glimmering in morning light. Aoi knelt to rest, breathing in the scent of stone and cedar. That's when she noticed a subtle resonance in the rocks around her. A faint hum, like wind vibrating through stone. She pressed her hands to a smooth boulder, and the sound deepened a low, slow echo that seemed to carry voices. Listen. The command was not loud, but it carried weight. Aoi closed her eyes. Slowly, she discerned the echo's laughter, conversation, size layers of sound from long ago, yet each contained a presentness. The mountain was speaking not in words, but in fragments of memory. Some echoes were familiar, a child's laugh that reminded her of herself. The brush of a kimono as her grandmother moved through the house, the soft ripple of river water. Others were strange voices speaking in languages she did not know, footsteps on paths she had never walked, music drifting from unseen places. All of them layered, overlapping, weaving together into a vast tapestry. Aoi shivered. "It's alive," she whispered. "It is memory itself," the mountain said through its resonance. "Every voice that has touched this stone remains, waiting for a listener." Her heart ached. "So I listen, and it speaks back?" "Yes. But do not fear. You do not carry all of it. Only what you can hold." She knelt on the rock, placing her palms flat. The echoes shifted beneath her hands. They weren't threatening, they were gentle, intimate, like a mother humming under her breath. Slowly, the fragments resolved into shapes in her mind. Villages long gone, festivals of lanterns floating down rivers, children chasing shadows, elders telling stories in the glow of sunset. All that has been carried by wind, water, and stone lives here, the mountain murmured. Every heartbeat, every breath, every sigh. Aoi closed her eyes, letting herself dissolve into the sound. She felt as if she were walking through time itself, moving among people she had never met but somehow knew. The echoes brushed her skin, soft as silk, and she realized she could respond not in voice, but with thought, with presence. "You may leave traces, too," the mountain said. "Leave your listening in our memory," and the song continues. Aoi reached into her satchel and took out her notebook. She wrote slowly, carefully, her brush gliding over the rice paper. The mountain remembers every step, every voice, every sigh, every unseen footprint. To listen is to carry the song. To carry the song is to keep it alive. The mountain responded. The rocks beneath her fingers vibrated gently, as if in approval. The echoes shifted and wove themselves around her words. She could feel them, a chorus of invisible life, rising and falling in rhythm with the mountain's breath. Hours passed without time. When she looked up, The sky was painted in pale gold and rose. Shadows stretched across the plateau. The valley below shimmered, the river glinting like a silver thread. And yet she remained in the plateau's quiet alone, yet surrounded by countless voices. "It is enough," the mountain said. "Rest, listener. Your journey is both forward and within." I leaned back against a boulder. The stone was warm, humming faintly through her back. She closed her eyes, letting the wind and the echoes cradle her. The sun dipped lower, casting long golden fingers across the plateau. For the first time, she felt the full weight of being a bridge between worlds. Not merely water, not merely wind, not merely stone, but all of them together, and her heartbeat tied to their song. She whispered into the plateau, "I understand. I will carry it." "And so it continues," the mountain replied softly. Night fell while she remained on the plateau. Stars appeared one by one, mirrored by the twinkling lights of villages below. The wind brushed against her face, carrying the faint scent of cedar and earth, of river water and rain. The echoes of the mountain sang quietly a lullaby of stone, air, and time itself. I lay back, gazing up at the sky. Somewhere within the stillness, she felt her grandmother's presence not as a shadow, but as a warmth, a whisper threaded through the mountain's hum. She closed her eyes, listening. The echoes of the mountain, the song of the river, the wind through the cedars, they were all one. She exhaled slowly, feeling the pulse of life moving around her, through her, as she drifted into the quietest, deepest calm. And in that calm, she knew her journey was only beginning. The world had voices yet unheard, dreams yet unfound, and she, the listener, would follow them wherever they flowed. Chapter 7: The Night of Returning Dreams. Night fell slowly over Mizukawa, stretching shadows across the river, the bamboo, the cedars, and the mountain slopes. The air was cool, thick with the scent of wet earth and drifting leaves. Aoi stood at the edge of the river, her feet bare, the notebook clasped against her chest. The water glimmered under the pale moonlight, a mirror reflecting not only the stars above but also something deep within her. She had walked through streams of memory, breathed in the wind's secrets, and touched the mountain's echoes. Every step had brought her closer to this night, a night she did not fully understand, yet felt drawn to with quiet certainty. "Tonight, all returns," a faint voice whispered in the breeze. The lanterns she had released days before no longer floated on the surface of the river. Yet their glow remained in her memory, a soft pulse beneath her heartbeat. Somewhere beneath the water, the voices of the past murmured in quiet harmony, waiting. Aoi knelt at the river bank, letting the current lap against her palms. She closed her eyes, listening. The wind stirred through the bamboo, carrying fragments of song and laughter. The mountain's echoes resonated in her chest, deep and unwavering. And the river murmured endlessly, threading through them all. "You have come to the center of the song," the voice said. "Do you understand now?" Aoi's breath caught. I think so. But it is more than words." "Yes. The dream and the memory, the wind, the river, the mountain, they are one. They wait for the listener to return them to the world." She opened her eyes. The river's surface began to shimmer. The water lifted faintly as if breathing, and in its glow, images began to emerge: the bamboo path, the cedar shrine, the mountain plateau. Faces she had seen: her grandmother, the figures beneath the water, villagers from the mountain echoes all appeared, drifting within the light. Her heart ached with recognition. Each vision was a fragment of the world she had walked through, and all were waiting for her attention. She realized that the night itself had become a vessel for memory, a vast, luminous archive of all she had encountered. Aoi spoke softly, almost a whisper, "I hear you. I will carry you forward." The air shifted. The wind rose from the valley below, sweeping across the river bank, through the bamboo, into the cedars, and up toward the mountains. It carried all the echoes she had ever heard: the water's gentle pulse, the bamboo's soft rhythm, the cedar's low hum, the mountain's deep resonance. They mingled into a single, flowing melody. Aoi felt herself lifted not physically, but spiritually by the current of sound and memory. The night around her seemed to fold in upon itself. The river mirrored the sky, the bamboo shimmered in ethereal light, and the mountain echoes formed visible patterns in the air, swirling like smoke. The voices spoke together now, a chorus blending past and present. "You listened. You carried us. You remembered. You are the bridge." Her grandmother's face appeared clearly before her, radiant in the river's light. She held out her hands, and Aoi reached toward them. For the first time, she did not feel the distance between life and memory, dream and reality. Everything converged into one luminous moment. "You have become the song," her grandmother said. "And now, it is time to return." Aoi nodded. "Return to where?" "Where dreams can live in waking. To where memory breathes into life. To where the world remembers what it almost forgot." The river surged faintly, carrying a gentle, rolling wave of light. The bamboo swayed in rhythm, and the wind lifted her hair, circling her like soft hands. Even the mountain seemed to lean closer, its echoes folding in, a quiet resonance of approval. Aoi knelt once more, dipping her hands into the river. The water was cool, alive, and it trembled at her touch. Images swirled within it, the lanterns, drifting the bamboo, swaying the wind, rising the mountain, echoing. She felt as if she were cradling the world in her palms. "Speak," the chorus urged gently. "Remember." She opened her notebook and began to write, letting words flow without thought. The river speaks. The wind listens. The mountain remembers. I am here to carry them all. To listen is to remember is to become the song. As she wrote, the words shimmered in the river's reflection, glowing with the same ethereal light that had animated the lanterns. Each stroke seemed to resonate through the valley, stirring every leaf, stone, and ripple. The night became a living instrument, and she its final note. Time lost meaning. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes. The river's current and the wind's rhythm intertwined, carrying her along a tide of memory. Faces of those she had seen before flickered past her, bowing in quiet gratitude. The bamboo shimmered like glass, the mountain hummed in low resonance, and the stars above mirrored the lanterns drifting in the river below. And then, from somewhere within the luminous chorus, a single voice rose clearly, her grandmother's. "All that is remembered returns, little one. All that is forgotten waits for listening hearts." Always smiled through tears. "I hear you. I will not forget. Nor will we. And now, sleep if you must." The song continues, whether eyes are closed or open. Aoi lay back on the soft grass at the river bank, letting the night cradle her. The echoes of water, wind, bamboo, and mountain drifted through her consciousness, weaving together in one endless, tender melody. The stars above glimmered faintly, reflecting each lantern she had released, each memory she had touched, each song she had carried. She breathed in rhythm with the river, exhaled with the wind, and for the first time felt entirely at peace within the folds of the world's memory. The night deepened, yet she did not feel darkness. She felt luminous, surrounded by light of every kind: water light, wind light, leaf light, stone light. Every voice she had heard spoke to her at once, forming a chorus that filled the valley, then rose into the sky, and finally settled within her. "Dreams return to those who listen," the chorus whispered. "And those who listen become the dream." Aoi closed her eyes fully, letting the world's memory flow through her. Her heartbeat aligned with the river's pulse, the bamboo's rhythm, the wind's song, the mountain's resonance. She was awake and dreaming simultaneously, and in that balance, she understood everything she had learned. The river murmured, the bamboo sighed, the wind hummed, the mountain echoed. And she always smiled, knowing she was both listener and song, memory and dream, bridge and journey. The night of returning dreams stretched around her like a vast, gentle sea. Somewhere in the water, lanterns shimmered faintly. Somewhere in the wind, voices sang. Somewhere in the mountain, echoes whispered. And everywhere, in all of it, she knew she was home. Chapter 8: The River's Eternal Whisper. The morning came soft and slow. The river lay before Aoi like a ribbon of silver, bending through the valley, reflecting the pale light of dawn. Mist curled gently above its surface, carrying the scent of wet earth, moss, and bamboo. It was the same river she had walked beside since childhood, yet it now held a new depth, a quiet awareness of everything it had carried, everything it had remembered, and everything it still wished to whisper. Aoi knelt at the water's edge. The current lapped against her palms, familiar and alive. She remembered the voices beneath the water, the lanterns drifting in moonlight, the wind's song through the cedars, the mountain echoes she had embraced. All of it came together here, now, in the gentle pulse of the river. "Welcome home," a voice murmured. Not her grandmother's, not the mountains, not the winds, yet all of them at once. The voice carried warmth and calm, the feeling of a memory returning to its place. Aoi breathed slowly, letting the river's rhythm enter her body. She had learned to listen not just to sound, but to silence. Not just to light, but to shadow. Not just to life, but to the traces it leaves behind. "You have carried the song," the river whispered. "It is yours now, and it belongs to the world." Her eyes followed the current, where the first lanterns of early morning floated from the forest into the water. They shimmered faintly, pale gold against silver ripples. Some she recognized, shapes she had made herself, symbols she had written. Others were new, appearing as if the river remembered what she had forgotten. Aoi dipped her fingers into the water and let it run over them. She felt the warmth of the memories within it. Laughter of children who had never known sorrow, songs sung in kitchens long abandoned, the sighs of elders resting beneath stars. She realized, with a quiet, deep smile, that the river did not belong to her. She belonged to the river. She rose and walked along the bank. The bamboo whispered above her, swaying as if acknowledging her passage. The wind lifted softly, carrying a fragment of a melody she had first heard beneath the cedars. The mountain slopes loomed in the distance, silent yet full of resonance. The echoes she had touched now settled into gentle calm. Every element, the water, the bamboo, the wind, the mountain, flowed together in one perfect harmony. And in the center of it, Aoi felt her heartbeat steady, slow, and entirely awake to the life of the valley around her. She found herself standing at the old stone bridge near the river bend, where she had first heard the murmurs long ago. The surface of the water shimmered beneath her like molten silver. She knelt, cupped her hands, and whispered, "Thank you." The river responded with a ripple, soft and endless. Aoi could feel it in her chest, like the pulse of the world itself. All the voices she had known, the hidden, the forgotten, the fleeting, murmured their thanks back, gentle as breath. Somewhere beneath the water, her grandmother's presence lingered, neither shadow nor vision, but warmth and guidance. Aoi closed her eyes, feeling the echo of the river, the wind, the mountain, and the bamboo settle within her soul. Carry this, child. Carry us. And in carrying, you keep us alive. Aoi smiled faintly. I will. She opened her notebook one last time and wrote, not for anyone to read, but for the river itself. The river whispers eternal, carrying memory and dream, song and silence. I have listened, and I will continue to listen. The song flows through me, and I am home. The morning light grew brighter. Lanterns in the trees reflected in the water, flickering faintly in rhythm with her heartbeat. The river hummed a quiet melody, the wind carried it over the bamboo, and the mountains reflected it in echoing stillness. Aoi took a deep breath and stood, letting her gaze wander over the valley. Everything was present, yet nothing was clinging. She realized then that listening was not about holding onto the past, it was about allowing it to flow, to become part of the living world. The river called her gently. She walked into the shallow current, barefoot, feeling it swirl around her ankles. Each ripple carried the echoes of all she had seen and heard, merging into one endless song. She closed her eyes and let herself sway with it, her body and spirit entwined with the river's eternal motion. "This is the way of remembering," the river whispered. "This is the way of returning dreams." Aoi smiled, letting the current carry her hair, her thoughts, and her heartbeat. The valley, the bamboo, the wind, the mountain, the lanterns, and the river itself all sang together, a harmony that would continue long after she had closed her eyes. She knelt one final time, cupped the water, and released it slowly back into the flow. A ripple expanded outward, catching every reflection, every echo, every fragment of memory. The river carried it gently downstream, a soft promise to the world. Aoi stood, feeling fully awake, fully at peace, fully a part of everything she had learned to love. And as the sun rose fully over Mizukawa, the river whispered one last time, soft, endless, eternal. The song continues. The dream continues. And so do you. Aoi took a deep breath and smiled. She turned to walk along the river bank, the valley alive with memory and light, knowing she was both listener and song, both dream and waking. The river's eternal whisper followed her, as it always would, carrying the past, the present, and the dreams yet to come. Lanterns flicker along the evening road. Prologue: the evening road. The evening arrived softly, as if it had been waiting quietly behind the mountains all day. The sun slipped down slowly, painting the sky in shades of pale gold and lavender, and the air held the faint scent of wet earth and fallen leaves. Along the narrow road that wound through the village, small lanterns flickered into life one by one, their warm glow cutting through the gentle dusk. Aiko walked along that road, her steps slow and deliberate, her hands brushing the wooden railing of the small bridge that arched over the creek. The water below murmured, reflecting the lanterns as if it were a second sky flowing beneath her feet. Each ripple carried a small flicker of light, a soft pulse that matched the rhythm of her heartbeat. The village around her was silent, though not empty. Doors closed gently against the evening chill. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, carrying the faint aroma of evening meals and wood fire. Somewhere in the distance, the low hum of a bamboo grove stirred with the wind, whispering in tones only the patient listener could hear. Aiko paused on the bridge. She leaned slightly over the railing, watching the river carry the reflections of the lanterns downstream. It was a quiet, deliberate flow, like time itself slowed to notice each small light. The lanterns swayed in gentle arcs, dancing across the rippling water. She reached out with her fingers, barely grazing the surface, and felt the water tremble lightly under her touch, as if greeting her. Somewhere beyond the river bank, a soft rustle of footsteps approached. Aiko turned slowly and saw an elderly man carrying a single lantern. His movements were deliberate, slow, careful, as though he had walked this road 1,000 times and yet noticed something new in every shadow. He smiled faintly, a smile that did not need words, and lifted the lantern slightly in greeting. Aiko returned the gesture with a nod, feeling the warmth of his presence mingling with the soft glow around them. In that moment, the village seemed suspended in the delicate pause between day and night, where every sound and every shadow carried a quiet, gentle meaning. She continued her walk, the lanterns now guiding her steps along the winding path. Each house she passed had its own light, flickering behind rice paper windows. She could see the faint outline of figures inside, preparing for the evening, someone folding a cloth, someone stirring tea, someone arranging flowers in a simple vase. The details were small, delicate, and yet they felt monumental, like the secret rhythms of the world that few noticed but everyone lived within. The road curved gently, leading her to a grove of cherry trees. Even though autumn had taken the leaves, the branches seemed to hold the memory of past blooms. The lanterns hung from the boughs, swaying lightly in the wind. Their light seemed to gather among the trees, forming a soft canopy of gold and orange, as though the road itself had been turned into a river of stars. Aiko stepped beneath them, letting the warmth of the lanterns envelop her. She closed her eyes briefly, letting her senses stretch outward the soft rustle of wind through the bare branches. The distant song of a night bird, the gentle murmur of the river, the faint aroma of pine and earth. Every detail was a note in a slow, unending melody. She opened her notebook, placing it carefully in her lap. Her brush was ready, dipped in black ink. Slowly, deliberately, she began to write, letting the rhythm of the evening guide her hand. Each stroke traced not just words, but the weight and texture of the moment, the soft sway of lanterns, the hush of wind, the gentle murmur of the river. Her thoughts were quiet, almost imperceptible, blending seamlessly with the world around her. The sky above deepened to a richer shade of purple, and stars began to emerge, delicate and distant. The first night, insects stirred in the underbrush, their tiny calls joining the chorus of evening sounds. The lantern's glow seemed to grow, each one pulsing gently, as if breathing along with the world itself. Aiko felt the quiet understanding settle in her chest that each lantern, each light, each small action, carried a story waiting to be heard. As she wrote, the elderly man reappeared at the edge of the grove. He did not speak. He simply placed his lantern upon the ground beside her, and together they sat in silence, listening. The lanterns flickered, the river hummed, the wind whispered, and the world seemed to exhale a soft, measured breath that carried them forward into the night. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang softly from the temple atop the hill. Its sound rolled down the valley, mingling with the river and the wind, threading through the lantern-lit road. Aiko felt the vibration in her chest, a gentle resonance that reminded her that time and memory were not separate but flowing together in a quiet, endless loop. The night deepened. Aiko continued to write, each stroke a ripple, each ripple a part of the greater current. She felt a warmth settle around her, not from the lanterns themselves, but from the living presence of the village, the river, the road, the wind, the stars above. Everything whispered stories, and everything waited for someone to listen. When she finally closed her notebook, the page glimmered faintly in the lantern light, as though carrying the memory of the evening itself. She looked up at the sky, where the first moonlight reflected softly through the mist, and realized that the road she had walked was more than a path between houses. It was a river of quiet moments. A channel for all the small lights of the world to move together. Aiko stood, lifted her lantern, and continued along the evening road. Each step was deliberate, slow, rhythmic, as if she were walking inside a dream she did not yet want to end. The lanterns flickered along the path before her, a procession of gentle stars guiding her into the night, and somewhere beneath their glow, she felt a quiet understanding that the world was alive with stories, and that every listener was part of the song. The river murmured, the wind whispered, the lanterns flickered, and Aiko walked onward. She knew that tomorrow would bring new moments, new lights, new whispers, but for now, the evening itself was enough. She walked until her footsteps and the lantern's flicker became one rhythm, flowing endlessly, softly, like a lullaby the world was singing just for her. Chapter 1 Along the Lanterned Path. The morning after the lanterns had lit the village road, Aiko awoke to the soft gray light of dawn filtering through the rice paper windows. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the faint scent of wet earth and early blossoms. She stretched lightly, feeling the quiet hum of the world around her, the gentle rhythm of the village settling into the day. Stepping outside, she felt the path beneath her feet, soft soil mixed with small stones, worn smooth by years of footsteps. The lanterns from the evening before had been taken in, leaving only their faint shadows along the eaves and the subtle imprint of their glow in her memory. Yet even without them, the road seemed alive, humming with possibilities, waiting to be walked again. She carried her notebook and brush as always, tying them securely in a small cloth bundle. The river lay nearby, moving in slow, deliberate ripples, reflecting the pale light of the awakening sun. Aiko approached the bridge that arched over it, her fingers brushing the wooden railing. The water beneath whispered, carrying the faint echo of lanterns long gone but not forgotten. As she walked along the path, she noticed the houses beginning to stir. Doors opened slowly, and the gentle sound of shuffling feet, the clatter of bowls, and the soft murmur of morning greetings filled the air. Aiko nodded politely to neighbors she passed. Their smiles were warm, quiet, and unassuming, as though the village itself were a single living being, breathing in rhythm with the sun and the river. The road curved gently, leading toward a grove of plum trees that marked the beginning of a small forested path. The ground was damp with dew, and the leaves glistened faintly in the morning light. Each step seemed to echo softly, carried by the cool air, merging with the rustle of branches overhead. Aiko paused beneath a low-hanging branch, reaching out to feel its smooth bark. A faint breeze stirred the leaves, and she imagined the whispers of all those who had walked this path before her. Children chasing each other in summer, elders carrying baskets of rice, travelers resting by the river, they were all present in some quiet, invisible way. She knelt briefly to inspect the small flowers that had pushed through the soil near the path. Their petals were delicate, shining with dew, and she marveled at how such small life could hold so much beauty. The quiet presence of nature, the tiny details of the path and the trees, seemed to sing a song she could almost hear, a slow, persistent melody that carried through every ripple of the river, every swish of the leaves, every flicker of imagined light. Aiko opened her notebook, setting it gently on the damp ground. Her brush hovered above the paper as she paused to listen, inhaling the crisp morning air and letting her mind drift with the rhythm of the path. Slowly, she began to write, tracing not just words, but the subtle motions of the world, the sway of branches, the flow of water, the distant hum of village life. Each stroke of ink was a small echo, a way of recording the living melody that surrounded her. The sun rose higher, sending soft streams of light through the trees. Shadows shifted and lengthened along the path, dancing like quiet spirits between the trunks. Aiko traced her fingers along the notebook's edges, feeling the texture of the paper. The cool dampness beneath her knees, the slow warmth spreading through her body as she became more attuned to the world around her. Somewhere ahead, the faint sound of footsteps approached. A young boy appeared, carrying a small wooden tray with tea. He moved with careful attention, balancing the tray as he walked along the path. When he saw Aiko, he offered a quiet bow and set the tray gently at her side, retreating as silently as he had arrived. Aiko smiled, bowing in return, and lifted the small cup of tea, feeling its warmth seep into her hands and then her chest. The path continued, winding through the forest, past moss-covered stones and low shrubs. The air was filled with a soft chorus of morning sounds. Birds calling to one another, the wind rustling through the trees, the water moving over rocks downstream. Each sound was a note in the slow, unhurried song of the world, and Aiko felt her heartbeat settling into its rhythm. After some time, she came upon a small clearing where the lanterns from the night before had been stored for the day. They were pale and unlit, their paper frames delicate and slightly damp from the morning dew. Aiko knelt among them, tracing her fingers over the smooth surfaces. She imagined the glow they would carry tonight, the way they would flicker along the path and the river, carrying stories and memories in their quiet light. She lifted one gently, holding it before her. In its shadowed form, she could already sense the life it would hold, the warmth, the motion, the soft hum of memory waiting to be released. She whispered, "We will meet again tonight," and set the lantern carefully back among the others. The path, the river, the forest, and the village would all wait with her, ready to receive the gentle light once more. The sun climbed higher, and Aiko continued along the winding road, her steps deliberate and slow. She passed a small shrine tucked into the forest edge, its torii gate worn with age but standing proudly. She bowed respectfully, sensing the presence of countless visitors who had come before her, leaving traces of thought and prayer behind. The wind stirred gently, carrying the faint scent of incense and moss, threading itself through the trees and along the path. She walked onward, the notebook in her hand, the brush ready, every step attuned to the rhythm of the world. Along the lanterned path, every tree, every stone, every ripple in the river, seemed to breathe in harmony with her own slow, deliberate motions. The village, the river, the forest, and the lanterns were all connected by the quiet pulse of life that she carried within her. As the afternoon turned toward evening, the sky softened into hues of lavender and rose once again. The air grew cooler, and the soft light of the coming night began to shimmer along the edges of the path. Aiko returned to the small grove where the lanterns would soon be lit. She knelt among them, arranging them carefully along the path, preparing them to guide travelers and villagers alike as the evening arrived. The river reflected the pale light of the sky, the bamboo swayed gently in the breeze, and the mountain shadows stretched along the village. The quiet anticipation of night settled over everything, and Aiko felt a deep sense of calm and purpose. She had walked the path, listened to the rhythm of the world, and now prepared to release the gentle glow that would carry the village through the coming evening. When the first lantern was lifted and lit by the soft flicker of flame, Aiko felt a pulse of warmth in her chest. She watched as the lights began to sway, one by one, along the winding road. Their glow reflected in the river, cast soft shadows through the bamboo, and mingled with the first stars of the night sky. Aiko followed them with her eyes, walking slowly along the path, each step a part of the gentle procession of light. And as night fully settled over the village, Aiko felt herself entirely in harmony with the world around her, the river, the road, the lanterns, the forest, and the mountains beyond. Every sound, every flicker of light, every breath of wind was a note in the quiet, endless melody of the evening. She closed her eyes briefly, letting it all wash over her, and knew that this path the lantern rode along the river. The whispering forest, the village itself was a place to rest, to dream, and to remember. Slowly, deliberately, Aiko continued her walk along the lanterned path, her notebook and brush at her side. Ready to carry the evening's stories into the quiet night. Each lantern flickered in rhythm with her heartbeat, and she understood that every step, every light, every whisper was part of the song she had been listening to all along. Chapter 2: The River's Luminous Path. Evening settled gently over the village, drawing long shadows across the narrow streets and the quiet fields. The sun had vanished behind the distant hills, leaving the sky a soft gradient of lavender and indigo. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of autumn leaves and damp earth, carrying the faint murmur of the river that wound through the valley. Aiko walked along the river bank, her steps slow and deliberate. In her hands, she carried a small lantern, its flame flickering softly against the approaching darkness. The other lanterns had been lit and placed along the path earlier, casting gentle pools of golden light that danced across the water's surface. She followed the river's bend, listening to its murmur, feeling the pulse of the current as it threaded through rocks and reeds, carrying with it the memories of the village. The bamboo groves along the river whispered in the evening wind, swaying gently and brushing together in soft conversation. Aiko paused to listen, closing her eyes. She could hear the faint hum of the earth beneath her feet, the rhythm of flowing water, the whispers of leaves, and the distant song of a night bird. The world was alive with subtle music, and she felt herself attuning to its quiet cadence. The first lantern she passed reflected in the river like a second moon, trembling with the current. She knelt to trace its glow on the surface with her fingers, watching the light ripple and dance. The river seemed to answer her touch, carrying the reflection downstream in a slow, deliberate rhythm. Aiko smiled softly, feeling the flow of time and memory all around her. Footsteps approached behind her, quiet and tentative. A young girl appeared, carrying a lantern of her own. She moved carefully, her small hands steady despite the soft flicker of flame. When she saw Aiko, she bowed gently, and Aiko returned the gesture with a quiet nod. Together, they walked along the riverbank, their lanterns casting overlapping pools of light that mingled with the reflections of stars beginning to appear overhead. The path curved, leading them past a small wooden bridge that arched gracefully over a narrower stretch of the river. The bridge's reflection in the water was perfect, broken only by the gentle ripples of the current. Aiko stepped onto it, feeling the subtle creak of the wood beneath her feet, and looked down at the flowing water. Tiny lights, fireflies perhaps, or distant lanterns carried along the current danced among the ripples, blending with the reflections of the glowing lanterns above. She lifted her lantern slightly, casting its warm light across the riverbank. Shadows shifted gently among the trees and reeds, forming shapes that seemed both familiar and fleeting. Aiko felt the quiet presence of the village surrounding her, of those who had walked these paths before, and of the river itself, holding all of it within its flowing memory. The girl walked beside her silently, and for a while they needed no words. The lanterns spoke for them, their soft flicker conveying warmth, attention, and care. The river sang quietly, carrying with it the subtle stories of those who had tended to it, lived by it, or simply paused to notice its gentle flow. Aiko felt the threads of these stories weaving through her consciousness, binding her to the night, the village, and the river itself. As they walked, the path opened into a small clearing where the lanterns had been arranged to guide the evening procession. The glow of dozens of lights formed a river of gold along the darkened path, leading through the grove and across small wooden bridges that spanned narrow streams. The reflection of these lights in the water created a sense of walking among floating stars, and Aiko felt a shiver of quiet wonder. She knelt beside one of the lanterns, her fingers brushing its delicate frame. Inside, a small candle burned steadily, despite the breeze. She whispered, almost as a prayer, "May you carry our stories safely tonight." The lantern flickered, and she imagined that it shivered in response, eager to fulfill its purpose. The river's murmur grew slightly louder here, as though acknowledging the gathering of lights. Aiko listened closely, hearing layers of sound she had never noticed before: the faint laughter of children long past, the distant call of a bird, the gentle sigh of leaves brushing against one another. Each sound was a note in the slow, quiet symphony of the night, and each lantern seemed to amplify it, making the invisible threads of memory visible in flickering light. The girl beside her placed her own lantern on the ground, its glow merging with the others. Together, the two of them arranged the lights carefully along the path, each one marking a gentle presence in the night. Aiko felt a profound sense of connection to the village, to the river, to the wind, and to the generations who had walked this path before. Each lantern carried a story, and each story was now part of the living evening. They continued along the river's bend, the lanterns guiding them. Fireflies appeared, drawn to the gentle glow, and mingled with the light of the candles, forming tiny constellations that hovered just above the surface of the water. The reflection of the night sky in the river merged with these tiny lights, creating a delicate, shifting tapestry of stars and lanterns. Aiko paused once more, listening to the river, the wind, and the soft rustle of bamboo. She opened her notebook, setting it gently on the ground beside her. Her brush traced the shapes of light and shadow, the rhythm of flowing water, the subtle glow of the lanterns. Each stroke became part of the quiet narrative of the night, recording not just the sights, but the weight and movement of the evening itself. The girl watched her silently, her eyes reflecting the lantern light. Neither spoke, for words would have been too loud for the delicate music of the evening. They were part of it now, a subtle harmony in the living chorus of river, wind, lantern, and night. As they reached the far edge of the grove, the path led them to a small stone bridge spanning the main river. From here, the lantern's reflections formed long, rippling trails across the water, stretching into the distance. Aiko knelt again, dipping her hands lightly into the river. The current felt cool, steady, carrying with it the gentle pulse of the night. She imagined the lanterns drifting downriver, carrying their tiny flames and all the quiet stories of the village into the darkness, guiding any lost or wandering soul along the luminous path. The girl beside her reached out, brushing her hand lightly against Aiko's. Aiko smiled softly, feeling the warmth of companionship, fleeting but profound. Together, they watched the river, the lanterns, and the night. The village behind them rested in gentle quiet, the forest surrounding them breathed softly, and the river moved endlessly, carrying light, memory, and life. Finally, Aiko closed her notebook, letting the soft rustle of pages fall into the rhythm of the evening. She stood, taking a deep breath of cool, fragrant air. The lanterns flickered, reflecting the stars, the moon, and the quiet pulse of the river. She knew that tonight, as every night, the luminous path would guide travelers and villagers alike, carrying the stories of the living and those long past, and that she had walked its course with reverence and care. With a final glance at the glowing path, she lifted her own lantern and continued onward, stepping carefully along the river's edge. Each step was a deliberate part of the evening's melody, and each flicker of light a gentle note in the quiet, endless song of the river and the village. The night wrapped around them, warm and unbroken, and Aiko felt herself fully part of it, listener, writer, and keeper of the luminous path. Chapter 3: The Lantern Festival by the River. Night had settled fully over the village, turning the sky into a deep, velvety indigo. Stars peeked faintly through the clouds, and the crescent moon hung low over the hills, casting a pale silver glow across the landscape. The river that wound through the village reflected the sky. The lanterns and the subtle movement of the night, creating a world that seemed suspended between dream and reality. Aiko walked along the familiar path, her lantern held delicately in front of her. Tonight, the village would celebrate the Lantern Festival, a quiet tradition carried through generations. Dozens of villagers were already gathered along the river banks, preparing small lanterns to float downstream. The scent of incense mingled with the cool evening air, carrying a subtle sweetness that reminded her of home and of memories she could not yet name. The bamboo grove rustled softly with the evening wind, the leaves brushing together in gentle conversation. Aiko paused beneath an arching bough, listening to the whispers of the forest. The gentle lap of the river, and the faint laughter of children preparing lanterns. The sounds blended into a slow, quiet music that seemed older than the village itself, as though the river and the wind had carried it for centuries. She knelt to pick up a small lantern, its paper frame delicate and slightly damp from the morning dew. Inside, a tiny candle burned steadily, its light flickering against the walls. Aiko traced the edge with her fingers, feeling the warmth of the flame and the weight of the story it carried. She imagined the river receiving it downstream, guiding the lantern on its gentle journey, carrying the prayers, hopes, and memories of the villagers along its path. Nearby, a group of children set their own lanterns carefully into the water. The lights shimmered on the rippling surface, each one reflecting in 1,000 tiny fragments. Aiko watched as the river seemed to dance with the lanterns, bending and twisting the reflections until the world looked as though it were made of molten gold and silver. She smiled softly, feeling the quiet magic of the moment, the river alive with stories and light. An elder approached, carrying a larger lantern decorated with intricate designs. He nodded to Aiko, his eyes crinkling with warmth. Without a word, he set the lantern at the river's edge, letting its candlelight mingle with the smaller lights already floating downstream. Aiko felt the subtle hum of the river deepen as if it recognized the arrival of this new story, folding it into the current along with the others. The villagers moved quietly along the river, placing lanterns in clusters, guiding them gently with wooden paddles, and watching as they drifted toward the broader flow. The lanterns flickered and swayed, casting soft shadows on the faces of those who tended them. Each one seemed to carry not only light but a living memory, a fragment of the village's collective heart. Aiko walked along the bank, letting the lanterns guide her. She opened her notebook and began to write, letting the rhythm of the festival, the flow of the river, and the whispering bamboo guide her strokes. Each word she traced was a reflection of the lights around her, a silent note in the quiet symphony of night, river, and fire. As the river curved, the glow of lanterns stretched into the distance, a golden thread winding through darkness. Aiko paused to watch, seeing shapes in the water, the reflection of the moon. The shadows of trees, and the flickering faces of villagers leaning over to admire their lanterns. Somewhere beneath the water, the soft murmur of currents carried their stories, weaving each memory into a quiet, flowing song. Children ran along the bank, their small hands reaching toward lanterns as they floated by. They laughed softly, their voices blending with the wind and the river. Aiko watched one boy lean close to a lantern, whispering a secret into its tiny glow before letting it drift downstream. The lantern rocked gently on the current, carrying the secret away like a feather on the wind. The elder returned, carrying incense in a small bowl. He walked along the path, sprinkling smoke over the lanterns and the river, the fragrance rising in gentle spirals into the night. Aiko followed the motion with her eyes, seeing how each wisp of smoke caught the lantern light and seemed to dance in its own rhythm. Like an echo of the fire, water, and wind. Aiko lifted her lantern and released it into the river. She watched as it caught the current, moving slowly, carrying her own thoughts and wishes along the glowing path. The river seemed to recognize her offering, swirling lightly around the lantern, as if guiding it toward unseen places, far beyond the village. Where memories of past festivals and dreams of tomorrow mingled in quiet harmony. The bamboo rustled overhead, and Aiko could feel the wind's fingers brushing against her cheek. It carried faint whispers, fragments of stories and songs, the gentle murmur of people who had lived along this river long ago. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the sound wrap around her, becoming part of her breath, part of her heartbeat. When she opened them, the river glimmered with hundreds of lanterns, floating slowly toward the distant bend where the forest thickened. The reflection of the stars mingled with the lights, forming a sky within the water itself. Aiko felt herself walking along this mirrored universe, her steps in harmony with the quiet pulse of the river. Her heart aligned with the rhythm of floating fire. The village had gathered near the old stone bridge at the far edge of the festival path. There, larger lanterns marked the central crossing, glowing softly. Villagers paused to watch the procession of lights, murmuring to one another. Sharing the stories of their ancestors, or simply soaking in the silent beauty of the night. The river carried each lantern faithfully, ensuring that every memory, prayer, and thought reached its destination. Aiko sat on the edge of the bridge, letting her feet hover just above the water. She opened her notebook and wrote, tracing the slow, deliberate rhythm of the festival. The river carries all we release, lanterns floating like gentle prayers, whispers of the wind, echoes of the past, and dreams we dare to send downstream. Tonight, I listen. Tonight, I release. Tonight, I am part of the song. The elder approached once more, bowing slightly. Without speaking, he motioned for her to follow him to the far bank. Together, they watched the river carry the lanterns into the deeper current, each one a fragile, glowing vessel. The night around them was alive with soft light, whispering wind, and the faint murmur of water. Aiko felt a warmth spread through her chest, a quiet resonance with the river, the lanterns, the villagers, and the night itself. She realized that each lantern was not just a light, it was a connection. A bridge between the living and the remembered, between the fleeting moment and the eternal flow of the river. As the last lantern passed beneath the bridge, disappearing into the distance, Aiko closed her eyes. She breathed in rhythm with the river, letting the slow, gentle pulse of water, wind, and light settle within her. The night embraced her fully, and she felt as though she were part of something vast and endless. A living thread in the quiet tapestry of river, lantern, and memory. The festival by the river continued softly around her. Lanterns flickered along the banks, children laughed quietly in the distance, and the wind carried stories long forgotten. Aiko stayed on the bridge, watching, listening, and writing in her notebook. She had become a witness, a keeper of the luminous path, and the river's song now carried her as much as she had carried it. And in the gentle murmur of the flowing water, beneath the flicker of countless lanterns, Aiko understood a simple truth that light and memory, hope and song, all traveled together, quietly, endlessly, along the river's luminous path. Chapter 4 Through the Bamboo Shadows. The river's glow slowly faded as Aiko moved away from the lantern-lit festival, leaving behind the hum of villagers and the gentle murmurs of the floating lights. The night deepened, soft and velvety, and a gentle wind rustled the bamboo groves lining the path. Their tall, slender stalks swayed gracefully, casting long, dancing shadows across the forest floor. The darkness was not frightening. Instead, it felt alive with subtle movement, a quiet rhythm that seemed to breathe along with the river. Aiko stepped carefully along the narrow trail that ran parallel to the river. Her lantern illuminated the path with a soft, golden glow, flickering in harmony with her heartbeat. Each step seemed deliberate, as if the forest itself had slowed time to allow her passage. The sounds of the festival faded behind her, replaced by the gentle whispers of leaves. The low hum of nocturnal insects, and the distant ripple of the river as it wound through unseen bends. The bamboo grove thickened, forming a cathedral-like corridor. Shafts of lantern light from the festival occasionally filtered through the trees, mingling with the moonlight and creating shifting patterns that danced across the ground. Aiko paused to admire the play of shadow and illumination, letting the rhythm of the forest settle into her own breathing. The bamboo seemed to sway in response, a gentle wave flowing through the grove, carrying with it the murmur of the river and the faint fragrance of damp earth. She knelt to trace her fingers along the cool, smooth surface of a bamboo stalk. Its texture was firm, yet warm beneath her touch, alive with the slow, patient energy of growth. She imagined all the stories these bamboos had witnessed over the years. Children chasing each other through the grove, villagers gathering firewood, lovers stealing quiet moments beneath the leaves. Every rustle of a leaf was a whisper of the past, a subtle note in the ongoing song of the forest. Aiko continued deeper into the grove, the path narrowing further, winding through dense thickets and over small wooden bridges spanning hidden streams. The river's murmur grew fainter here, replaced by the soft drip of dew from leaves and the occasional crackle of twigs underfoot. Her lantern cast pools of light that seemed to linger longer than the shadows, revealing glimpses of moss-covered stones, delicate ferns, and fallen leaves sparkling faintly in the glow. The forest opened into a small clearing, where a circle of stones lay beneath a towering stand of bamboo. Aiko knelt at the center, placing her lantern carefully on the ground. The light illuminated the stones in a warm, amber glow, and she felt a connection to the many travelers who had paused here before her, each leaving a trace of presence, memory, or prayer. She opened her notebook, allowing the quiet energy of the clearing to guide her hand. Here, the bamboo listens. Here, the river hums in silence. Shadows dance and leave whispers behind, and I am part of this quiet song. The breeze stirred through the grove, carrying faint fragments of sound from the festival upstream. Laughter, soft music, and the murmur of voices floated on the wind, mingling with the bamboo's whispers. Aiko closed her eyes, letting the mixture of memories and present sensations flow into her. Each detail, the creak of a stalk, the shimmer of moonlight on leaves, the distant murmur of water was a note in the symphony of night. She rose and continued along a narrower path, guided by the occasional glimmer of fireflies. Their tiny lights hovered and drifted among the bamboo stalks, moving in rhythm with the wind and shadows. Aiko paused to watch them, imagining each firefly as a tiny lantern carrying a story, a thought, or a memory. She lifted her lantern higher, and for a moment, the bamboo grove seemed to glow with countless golden points, like stars scattered across the forest floor. The path led her to a small wooden footbridge spanning a quiet stream. Beneath the water, smooth stones glimmered faintly, reflecting both moonlight and lantern light from upstream. Aiko knelt on the bridge, letting her fingers trail in the water. The current was gentle but insistent, carrying leaves and small twigs along its course. She felt the river's rhythm align with her own pulse, as if the forest, the water, and her own presence were all part of one continuous, flowing melody. From the shadows of the bamboo, a soft rustle drew her attention. She turned to see a small fox stepping lightly among the stalks, its eyes reflecting the lantern glow. It paused, observing her silently for a moment before disappearing into the darkness. Aiko felt no fear, only a quiet recognition of another living being sharing this delicate moment. The fox's brief presence seemed like a fleeting note in the ongoing symphony, a reminder of the unseen life that thrived in the shadows. Aiko continued along the path, feeling herself drawn deeper into the bamboo forest. Each step was deliberate, each breath slow, aligning with the rhythm of the night. Occasionally, the wind would shift, causing the bamboo to sway and whisper, creating patterns of movement that mirrored the river's gentle flow. She paused often, tracing her hand along the stalks, listening, observing, and writing in her notebook whenever she felt the forest's pulse guiding her words. The path finally opened into a wider clearing where the bamboo grove thinned and the river widened once more. Here, the lanterns from the village could be seen flickering softly across the water, distant but unmistakable. Aiko knelt at the river bank, placing her own lantern gently into the current. She watched as it floated downstream, joining the procession of lights, carrying her thoughts and quiet wishes along the luminous path. The reflection of the bamboo in the water created a dreamlike illusion, columns of green and gold, swaying gently with the current. The lantern's glow mingled with the reflected stalks, forming a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to stretch into infinity. Aiko felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she were part of both the forest and the river. The present and the memories of those who had walked this path before her. She opened her notebook once more, writing, "The bamboo shadows guide me. The river carries me. The lanterns hold my thoughts like delicate wings. Here, between shadow and light, I breathe, I listen, I remember." The night deepened further, and the forest seemed to hum with a quiet, living presence. Aiko rose and walked slowly along the river, lantern in hand, her steps gentle and rhythmic. Every sway of bamboo, every ripple in the water, every whisper of wind was part of the endless song she had been learning to hear. Somewhere upstream, the faint murmur of voices from the festival drifted to her. She smiled softly, knowing that the village, the river, and the bamboo grove were all connected by these quiet threads of light, sound, and memory. Aiko continued her walk, feeling the timelessness of the forest, the river, and the night itself, carrying her forward through the luminous shadows. And as the bamboo swayed gently around her, casting moving patterns upon the ground and water, Aiko understood that this quiet path through the forest, beside the river, beneath the lanterns was not just a journey through the night, but a journey into the heart of memory, dream, and belonging. Chapter 5: The Mountain Path at Midnight. The village lay behind her now, the soft flicker of lanterns fading into the distance. Aiko stepped onto the mountain path, a narrow trail winding upward through the shadowed hills. The night was deep and still, pierced only by the occasional cry of an owl or the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting pale silver light on mossy stones and uneven steps. Each footfall seemed deliberate, each breath measured, as though the mountain itself demanded a quiet rhythm. The air was cool and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with the faint aroma of river water from below. Aiko paused on a rocky ledge, looking down at the valley where the lantern-lit river still glimmered far beneath. The light seemed suspended, distant yet tethered to the river, drifting along as if the world itself had slowed to watch. She could hear the faint hum of water in the distance, a gentle song that seemed to rise and fall with the hills. The path twisted further into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the shadows deeper. Bamboo gave way to dense pines and cedars, their branches forming a vaulted ceiling over the trail. The moonlight streaked through the canopy, illuminating scattered patches of moss and fallen leaves. Aiko walked slowly, letting her lantern guide her steps, aware of each rustle of wind, each creak of the wood, each subtle shift in the earth beneath her feet. Somewhere along the trail, a small stone shrine appeared, nestled between two towering pines. Its wooden roof was dark with age, and a single candle burned faintly on the altar. Aiko knelt briefly, bowing to the quiet guardian of the mountain path. The candle's flame flickered in response to the night breeze, casting long shadows across the stones. She felt a sense of presence neither human nor animal but something older, watching over the travelers who passed this way. Continuing onward, the trail narrowed and the slopes deepened. Aiko's lantern illuminated twisted roots and moss-covered stones, forming a natural staircase that climbed the mountainside. The night air grew cooler, tinged with a faint, sweet scent of wildflowers blooming quietly in hidden pockets of the forest. Each step was measured, deliberate, as though the mountain demanded careful attention to be fully heard. The faint sound of running water grew louder as she climbed, echoing through the trees. Aiko followed it to a small mountain stream, its clear waters tumbling over rocks, catching the moonlight in silver ribbons. She knelt by the edge, letting her fingers trail in the water. The current was cool and insistent, carrying with it the murmurs of unseen creatures, whispers of wind, and faint echoes of the village far below. She listened, letting the melody of the mountain stream enter her mind, feeling it merge with the river's song she had left behind. From the shadows, a fox appeared again, its eyes reflecting the lantern light. It paused on a rock across the stream, watching her silently. Aiko smiled softly, acknowledging its presence. The fox's gaze seemed to bridge the valley below, the bamboo groves, and the mountain above, linking the night into one seamless thread. It slipped away as silently as it had appeared, leaving only the quiet rustle of leaves in its wake. Aiko continued up the path, moving along the ridge where the trees thinned and the night sky opened above. Stars gleamed faintly, mirrored in the small pools of water along the trail. The moon's light illuminated the path ahead, guiding her steps without the need for her lantern. Shadows of rocks and trees shifted with the wind, forming fleeting shapes that seemed alive, as though the mountain itself breathed in rhythm with her heartbeat. The trail led to a small plateau, where she could see the distant peaks beyond the village, silhouetted against the night sky. A gentle breeze carried the scent of cedar and distant fires, mingling with the cool mountain air. Aiko knelt on a flat stone, placing her lantern beside her, and opened her notebook. She wrote slowly, tracing the shapes of light, shadow, and movement around her. The mountain listens. The night carries my footsteps, my breath, my thoughts. Every rustle of leaves, every ripple of water, every flicker of moonlight is a note in the quiet melody of the world. Here, I breathe, I listen, I become part of the song. The wind shifted, bringing with it distant sounds, the faint laughter of children from the village, the soft murmur of the river, the occasional cry of an owl. Each sound traveled through the trees, mingling with the sigh of bamboo, the rustle of pine needles, and the flowing water of the mountain stream. Aiko closed her eyes, letting the symphony of the mountain, river, and night surround her. The plateau offered a perfect view of the valley below, the village a scattering of tiny lights among dark fields. She could see the path she had walked along the river, the floating lanterns now dim in the distance, and the trail that wound upward to the mountains. It was as if she were suspended between earth and sky, river and mountain, memory and present. Aiko rose, taking up her lantern. She followed a narrow ridge path that wound toward the next valley, each step deliberate, each breath in tune with the mountain's rhythm. The trail dipped and rose, winding through cedars and over rocky outcrops. The lantern cast long shadows across the moss-covered stones, and the wind whispered through the trees, carrying stories older than the village below. She paused at a small clearing, noticing delicate flowers illuminated by the lantern's glow. Their petals were pale in the moonlight, shimmering softly. She knelt to observe them, marveling at the quiet persistence of life in the mountain night. Each blossom seemed to hold a secret, a small fragment of beauty waiting to be noticed, and Aiko traced her thoughts gently into her notebook. Further along, the trail descended into a narrow valley where mist rose from the ground, swirling among the rocks and ferns. The lantern's glow reflected softly in the mist, creating an ethereal pathway through the shadows. Aiko moved carefully, feeling the mountain's presence in every step, every sound, every flicker of light. The valley seemed alive, as though it were breathing along with her, carrying her forward with gentle insistence. By the time she reached the stream that wound through the valley, the moon had climbed high into the sky. Its pale silver light mingled with her lantern, illuminating the water's surface in delicate patterns. Aiko knelt, dipping her hands into the cool stream, letting the current flow around her fingers. The mountain, the river, the wind, the lanterns all merged in this quiet moment. She wrote again, the river and the mountain, the wind and the lanterns, all carry a melody beyond words. I walk through shadows and light, and in each step, I listen. The night flows around me, and I am part of the endless song. The mountain path continued, winding upward into darkness, the lantern flicker fading behind her, leaving only the rhythm of her steps, the song of water, the whispers of wind, and the quiet pulse of night. Aiko understood that this path through shadowed ridges, over streams, beneath moonlit peaks was a journey not just through the mountain, but through memory, time, and the delicate music of the world itself. She moved forward slowly, letting the mountain guide her, letting the river and wind sing alongside her. The night enveloped her in its quiet embrace, the lantern, a steady companion, and each step became part of the endless, luminous melody of river, forest, mountain, and memory. Chapter 6: The Whispering Peaks. The mountain path rose higher, steep and winding, as Aiko climbed into the silent heart of the peaks. The air had grown thinner, cooler, carrying the crisp scent of stone, pine, and distant snow. The moon hung low over the ridge, spilling silver light across moss-covered rocks and shadows that danced in rhythm with the swaying branches. The lantern she carried cast a small, steady glow, but the night itself seemed luminous, as if the mountain were alive with its own inner light. Aiko paused to catch her breath, leaning on the railing of a narrow overlook. Below, the valley stretched away, a tapestry of dark fields, winding river, and tiny scattered lanterns from the village festival. The lights twinkled faintly, mirrored in the flowing river, like a string of stars laid gently across the earth. She inhaled deeply, letting the crisp air fill her lungs, feeling herself both a part of the mountain and suspended above the world she had left behind. A soft rustle came from the shadows beside the trail. Aiko turned slowly, her lantern casting long, flickering shapes on the rocks. From between two boulders, a fox stepped out, its amber eyes reflecting the light. It paused, observing her with a calm curiosity, before moving along the ridge, disappearing into the darkness. Aiko smiled softly, feeling the quiet presence of life that the mountain held, unseen but deeply felt. The trail narrowed and twisted, passing through stands of cedar and clusters of bamboo that had managed to cling to the rocky slopes. The bamboo swayed gently in the night wind, its thin stalks brushing together in whispers. Aiko listened closely, imagining the murmurs of travelers past, the rustle of leaves, the subtle hum of earth and stone. Each sound was a note in the mountain's unspoken song, a melody she could feel more than hear. She knelt beside a small pool of water, reflecting the moon and the distant lanterns far below. The surface shimmered with tiny ripples, stirred by unseen movements beneath. Aiko dipped her fingers in the cool liquid, feeling the pulse of the mountain stream as it wound invisibly into the valley. She imagined the river carrying the memories of the village and the festival upward, entwining with the mountain's quiet, enduring song. Aiko continued along the trail, each step measured and deliberate. The wind picked up slightly, threading through the trees and across rocky ridges, carrying distant scents of pine resin and wildflowers. Shadows stretched and contracted across the path, forming shapes that seemed to move of their own accord. She raised her lantern higher, revealing the silhouette of a small shrine nestled against the cliffside. Its weathered wood and stone foundation were illuminated faintly, a beacon of presence in the otherwise empty night. She approached the shrine carefully. The candle inside flickered steadily, its flame casting gentle reflections on the stones. Aiko knelt, bowing her head in quiet respect. She could feel the weight of centuries in this place, the prayers, hopes, and memories of countless travelers who had paused here before her. The shrine seemed to hum softly, resonating with the mountain's pulse, the river's song, and the wind's whispering threads. Aiko rose and followed the ridge further, moving toward a high plateau where the peaks opened to the sky. Stars glittered faintly through the branches, mirrored in the scattered pools of water along the trail. The moonlight illuminated the distant valleys, the rivers threading through the darkness, the lanterns glimmering like fireflies from below. She felt the vastness of the world, and yet the intimacy of this narrow path, the forested slopes, and the quiet presence of the night. From the shadows ahead came a faint glow, subtle and warm. As she drew closer, Aiko discovered a small cluster of lanterns, unlike the festival lanterns below. They were suspended from branches, floating gently among the bamboo and cedar, their light pulsating softly as if breathing. She stepped closer, careful not to disturb them, and watched the delicate dance of illumination. The lanterns seemed alive, carrying an unspoken energy, a quiet song that resonated in her chest. She knelt among the floating lights, letting her hands hover over them without touching. The mountain's air seemed to vibrate gently, and she could sense the rhythm of the earth, the flow of water. The whisper of wind, and the flicker of these lanterns, all harmonizing in a subtle melody. Aiko opened her notebook and, with careful strokes of her brush, traced the interplay of light and shadow, sound and stillness, capturing the moment in words. Lanterns breathe in the night, the peaks hum with hidden life, and I walk between shadow and light, carrying the quiet pulse of the mountain within me. A faint movement caught her eye. A small deer stepped softly onto the ridge, pausing to drink from a narrow stream. Its ears twitched, and it glanced at Aiko with calm curiosity before disappearing silently into the forest. She felt the presence of all these creatures, visible and invisible, inhabiting the peaks with patience and grace. The mountain held them all, just as it held the echoes of those who had walked its paths before. Aiko rose and continued along the plateau, the wind picking up slightly, carrying the scent of distant wildflowers and pine. Shadows shifted across moss-covered stones, and the moonlight illuminated tiny streams and pools along the trail. She felt her steps align with the rhythm of the night, her breath matching the pulse of earth and stone, her heart attuned to the subtle music of the peaks. Further along, the ridge opened into a narrow canyon, where the mountain streams converged into a small waterfall. The water sparkled in the moonlight, sending delicate sprays into the cool night air. Aiko knelt by the edge, feeling the mist on her cheeks, listening to the water's constant, soothing murmur. She placed her lantern on a nearby stone, letting its warm glow mingle with the moonlight and the reflection of the flowing water. The mountain whispers, the river sings, the wind hums its quiet song, and I am a note within them, carried along the peaks at midnight. The wind shifted, brushing through the trees, bamboo, and cedars, carrying with it distant echoes of the festival far below. Aiko smiled softly, knowing that the village, the river, the mountain, and the night were all connected through light, sound, and memory. The lantern's glow reflected in the water, flickering gently as if acknowledging her presence. She rose, lifting her lantern, and continued along the canyon path. The trail narrowed, winding upward toward higher ridges, illuminated only by moonlight and the soft flicker of her lantern. Every step was deliberate, every movement part of the quiet symphony that surrounded her. The mountain, the river, the wind, and the light of lanterns formed a seamless tapestry, and Aiko felt herself woven into it completely. By the time she reached a wide ledge overlooking the peaks, the sky had grown even darker, the stars now scattered like delicate jewels across the vast night. She knelt, placing her lantern carefully beside her, and let the mountain, river, and night envelop her. The whispers of the peaks, the flowing song of water, and the flicker of light carried her into a quiet, meditative state. One that connected her to the rhythms of the world, the pulse of the earth, and the delicate music of the night. Aiko understood then that the mountain path was more than a journey through the peaks, it was a journey through memory, through the threads of the village, the river, the bamboo, and all who had walked this path before her. She felt the timelessness of the night, the mountains, and the river converge, and allowed herself to become part of the endless, luminous song that flowed quietly through all things. Chapter 7: The Sky of Returning Stars. The wind grew gentler as Aiko ascended the final stretch of the mountain path. The trees thinned, and the night sky opened fully above her, revealing countless stars scattered like delicate jewels across the indigo expanse. The lantern in her hand flickered softly, casting a small, golden circle of light around her feet, while the moon illuminated the distant peaks with a cool, silver glow. The valley below remained shadowed, but faint traces of the river and distant lanterns hinted at the village far beneath. Aiko paused on a rocky ledge, letting the cool night air brush against her cheeks. She lifted her eyes to the heavens, feeling a profound stillness envelop her. Stars shimmered with quiet intensity, reflected in her lantern's glow and the distant river, creating an invisible thread that connected the mountain, the valley, and the village. In that instant, the world seemed suspended, balanced between earth and sky, light and shadow, presence and memory. A soft rustle drew her gaze to the ridge ahead. From the shadows of a cluster of rocks, a small group of fireflies rose into the air, their glowing bodies flickering in rhythm with the distant stars. Aiko watched silently, entranced by their delicate dance. She imagined them as tiny messengers, carrying whispers from the peaks to the valley below, guiding lost travelers or carrying quiet wishes into the night. Continuing along the ridge, Aiko came upon a small plateau where the path opened to a panoramic view of the surrounding mountains. Each peak was bathed in pale moonlight, its edges softened by distant mist. Valleys snaked between them, dark and serene, while the river below gleamed faintly as it wound toward the village. She set her lantern on a flat stone, letting its gentle glow mingle with the silvery light of the moon. Aiko knelt, drawing her notebook from her bundle. The brush in her hand traced the forms of peaks and valleys, rivers and forests, shadows and glimmers of light. She wrote slowly, allowing the quiet energy of the night to guide her strokes. The peaks hold the night in their hands, the valleys cradle the river's song, and the stars return to guide all wandering hearts. I walk between earth and sky, and in each step, I am both listener and witness. From the shadows, a soft movement caught her eye. A small deer emerged, its form outlined against the pale moonlight. It stepped cautiously across the plateau, pausing to nibble at a patch of grass. Its ears twitched, and it regarded Aiko with calm, intelligent curiosity before retreating into the trees. She smiled, sensing the quiet presence of life inhabiting the peaks, unseen yet deeply felt, each creature part of the night's subtle symphony. The mountain path led her toward a narrow canyon where the wind carried whispers of distant waters. The moonlight shimmered on the rocks and the sparse pools along the trail. Aiko followed the path carefully, her lantern revealing glimmers of moss and tiny flowers clinging to the stone. Each detail seemed infused with quiet meaning, as though the mountain itself wished to speak through the subtle motion of leaves. The soft murmur of water, and the gentle sway of shadows. In the center of the canyon, she discovered a cluster of suspended lanterns, similar to those she had encountered on the ridges below. They hovered among the rocks and bamboo, their faint light pulsating slowly as if breathing. Aiko knelt beside them, placing her hand gently above the flame of one. The lantern seemed to respond, flickering in a rhythm that matched the quiet pulse of her own heartbeat. She whispered, imagining her wishes and memories flowing into the light, joining those of countless travelers who had paused here before. Aiko rose, lifting her lantern to illuminate the narrow canyon. The fireflies hovered nearby, mingling with the floating lanterns. Shadows twisted and swayed along the walls of stone, forming fleeting shapes that seemed alive. She felt the mountain's presence in every movement, the wind threading through rocks and trees. The water murmuring below, the lanterns carrying gentle light, and the stars above shining steadily, a timeless witness to the unfolding night. The trail climbed once more, leading toward the highest peak in view. Here, the wind was stronger, carrying the scent of pine, distant wildflowers, and cool mountain air. The moonlight cast long silver shadows across the ridge, and the lantern in Aiko's hand flickered in response to the gusts. She walked carefully, feeling each step align with the rhythm of the peaks, her body and mind attuned to the subtle pulse of the world around her. At the summit, Aiko paused. The sky stretched infinitely above her, scattered with returning stars that seemed brighter than before, reflected in distant rivers and streams. The wind whispered through her hair, carrying echoes of the river, the village, the festival, and the bamboo groves she had passed. She placed her lantern on a rock, letting its warm glow blend with the silver of the moon and the light of countless stars. Aiko knelt, opened her notebook, and wrote. The stars returned to the night, guiding the river, the peaks, and the wandering heart. Every light carries a story, every shadow holds a memory. Here, at the summit, I am both witness and participant in the eternal song of earth and sky. She leaned back against a boulder, breathing in the cold mountain air. The world below seemed distant, yet intimately connected to this quiet peak. The floating lanterns, the murmuring river, the swaying bamboo. The fireflies and the returning stars formed a single thread, linking her to the village, to the festival, to the night itself. Time seemed to stretch, each moment expanded by the stillness of the peaks. Aiko watched the lanterns below, now tiny points of gold along the river, merging with the reflections of stars. She felt the continuity of all things, the river flowing, the wind moving through trees. The light traveling from lantern to lantern, from peak to valley, from her heart to the world. A soft rustle in the distance made her turn. A pair of owls glided silently across the ridge, their feathers illuminated by the moon. They passed near the floating lanterns, wings brushing the night air, and vanished into the darkness. Aiko felt a shiver of connection, as though the mountain itself had acknowledged her presence, welcoming her into its quiet, eternal rhythm. She closed her eyes briefly, letting the stars, the river, the wind, and the lanterns settle into her consciousness. Each flicker of light, each whisper of movement, each subtle echo of the festival, was a note in the endless song that stretched from the peaks to the valley, from the river to the village, from the past into the present. Aiko rose slowly, picking up her lantern. She walked carefully along the summit ridge, feeling each step harmonize with the mountain's pulse. The wind carried the faint murmur of water from distant streams, mingled with whispers of bamboo. The flicker of lanterns below, and the quiet call of nocturnal birds. She understood that every step, every breath, every moment in this night was part of a single, luminous thread, an eternal melody connecting earth, river, forest, mountain, and sky. At the edge of the peak, she looked out across the horizon, where distant peaks met the night sky. The stars shimmered more brightly here, and she imagined them returning endlessly, guiding travelers, watchers, and dreamers alike. Aiko lifted her lantern once more, its glow mingling with the silver moonlight, the distant fireflies, and the reflection of stars in the valley below. She knew she was both a witness and a keeper of this light, of the returning stars, of the quiet song that flowed from mountain to river to village. And as the night stretched on, Aiko felt herself fully immersed in the eternal rhythm of the peaks. The whisper of wind, the glow of lanterns, the murmuring river, and the returning stars above. Every detail, every movement, every flicker of light carried her forward, along the quiet, luminous path of night. Chapter 8: The River's Eternal Light. The descent from the peaks was gentle, though the mountain path remained narrow and winding. Aiko's lantern cast a small, steady glow, illuminating moss-covered stones, twisted roots, and patches of dew-laden grass. The wind whispered through the cedars and bamboo, carrying the faint fragrance of pine and distant wildflowers. Below, the valley stretched out, dark and serene, dotted with the fading lanterns of the village festival. Each step seemed to bring her closer not only to the village but to the river that had guided her journey from the very beginning. The water's murmur grew louder as she approached the lower slopes, a constant companion echoing in the still night. The river's surface reflected the lanterns above, the moonlight, and the first hints of dawn, creating a tapestry of flickering gold, silver, and deep blue. Aiko paused beside a small tributary, kneeling to let her fingers brush the flowing water. Cool and steady, it carried with it the whispers of the mountain, the forest, the peaks, and the distant village. She imagined the countless travelers who had dipped their hands into this same current, leaving traces of memory, hope, and quiet presence. The river had always been a thread, linking the mountain to the valley, the forest to the village, and the living to those remembered. Continuing downward, the bamboo grove reappeared, swaying gently in the evening wind. The lanterns she had set afloat earlier floated lazily along the river, their light mirrored perfectly on the rippling surface. Fireflies danced among the stalks, weaving patterns of gold and green that seemed to echo the stars above. Aiko felt herself enveloped in a luminous rhythm that connected river, forest, mountain, and sky. The village lights grew closer, but she moved slowly, savoring the journey. Every rock, every tree, every ripple of water felt alive with memory. She knelt beside the river bank, placing her lantern gently on the edge. The flame flickered softly, merging with the glow of floating lanterns, reflecting stars, moonlight, and the gentle sway of bamboo. Aiko opened her notebook, writing deliberately, letting the river's eternal flow guide her words. The river carries all we have been, and all we will be. Lanterns drift along their luminous path, whispering stories into the night. I am part of this current, and it is part of me. From the shadows emerged the fox again, pausing briefly on the river bank. Its amber eyes reflected the lanterns, the stars, and the silver light of the moon. It watched her silently, acknowledging her presence, before slipping quietly into the reeds. Aiko felt the connection, subtle and profound, between herself, the animals of the forest, the river, and all living beings along the path she had walked. The river widened as she descended, revealing small wooden bridges she had crossed days before. Each bridge seemed to hold the memory of countless steps, of whispers, laughter, and quiet prayers left behind by villagers and travelers alike. Aiko walked across, her lantern illuminating the worn planks, and listened to the river's flow beneath, steady and endless. She felt the mountain's pulse above, the forest's breath around her, and the village's light ahead, all converging into a single luminous path. Children from the village appeared, walking along the banks with their own lanterns, their laughter soft and gentle, echoing the festival's earlier joy. Aiko smiled as they carefully placed their lanterns into the river, watching them drift downstream alongside the ones she had set. Each floating light shimmered in harmony with the river, forming a moving tapestry of gold and silver, carrying the hopes, memories, and quiet prayers of everyone present. The bamboo rustled overhead, and the night wind wove its way through the stalks, creating a symphony of gentle whispers. Aiko knelt again, tracing her hand along the water's edge, feeling the current flow through her fingers. Imagining that it carried the collective song of mountain, forest, river, and village into the horizon. The floating lanterns bobbed gently, their light reflecting the stars above, creating a mirror in which sky and water became one. The elder appeared from the shadows, walking slowly along the river bank. He nodded to Aiko, acknowledging her journey. Without a word, he placed a small lantern into the water, its warm glow merging with the procession of lights. Aiko watched as it drifted downstream, merging with all the others, each flame a note in the river's eternal song. She continued along the path, the river's murmur rising and falling like a soft chant. The moon climbed higher, illuminating the village rooftops, the distant festival lights, and the river's rippling surface. Each reflection seemed alive, shimmering with the memory of her journey from bamboo groves to mountain peaks, from floating lanterns to whispering streams. She felt a profound unity, as though the river carried not only water, but the song of the world itself. Finally, she reached the old wooden bridge near the heart of the village. Here, the lanterns converged, carried gently by the river's current. She knelt, placing her own lantern carefully into the flow, watching it join the endless procession. The river seemed to recognize her offering, swirling lightly around the flame, carrying it onward with delicate insistence. Aiko closed her notebook, letting the quiet of the night settle within her. The river, the wind, the lanterns, the mountains, and the village all pulsed together in harmony. She felt the steady, eternal rhythm of water, light, and memory coursing through her, connecting her to every moment she had walked along this path. The children's laughter faded softly as the night deepened, leaving only the gentle murmur of the river and the flicker of countless lanterns floating downstream. Fireflies hovered among the bamboo, and the wind whispered through the reeds, carrying the distant hum of the mountains. Aiko leaned back on the river bank, closing her eyes, and felt herself fully immersed in the river's eternal light. Every lantern carries a story. Every ripple reflects a memory. Every breath of wind sings a song. And I am part of it all, as it is part of me. She rose slowly, lifting her lantern one final time. The river glimmered with gold and silver, stars and floating lights mingling in perfect harmony. The night embraced her fully, holding both journey and destination, memory and present, shadow and light. Aiko understood that the river's path was endless, carrying all who had walked along it and all who would follow, in a luminous, eternal song that never ceased. With a final glance at the flowing lights, the moon, and the stars above, she turned toward her home. The river's murmur accompanied her steps, the bamboo whispered, and the lanterns drifted onward, carrying the night, the village, and the dreams of countless souls into the boundless horizon. And so the river continued, unbroken, eternal, luminous, a gentle guide for all who walk, all who dream, and all who listen.